Greetings, folks. Let me make sure I've put this away. Yep, greetings, everybody. Coin Stamp here, or Spurling Vortex, or Steven. Welcome back to some more Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, Deathless. All bosses. Fire spells only. Routing. How's everyone doing? Hopefully all right. Hopefully all right. Last time... actually, before we begin, just as a quick reminder, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I put that bolo out on my Discord 2 days ago, and then about maybe an hour, maybe 30 minutes before stream today, I put that bolo out on Twitter and YouTube. Twitter was the last one to get it. I will be over at a client's house sitting for them and dog sitting for them. So, in other words, I'll be at work and I'll be away from the computer. That's probably the best way I could think of to say it. I'll be away from work. So I'll miss you guys. I'll try to get the Elden Ring Reforged installation video up by tomorrow evening. I do have to be over there by tomorrow evening, so I've got plenty of time to work on this. The script is more or less finished. I just have to do the bit of rehearsal required for it, and that shouldn't be too hard. So yeah, how is everyone doing? Welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. What I'm wanting to do is check what the delay on this is. And then I want to check what the monitoring on the computer.
Behold, your mother is dead.
Okay, I hope that woke everyone up. Yes, so the last thing I guess I gotta do is make sure I can hear myself over on the gaming computer. I apologize for having to do all this technical check-in before we start streaming, but you know, unless I get consistent people in here who are free to tell me, you know, hey, we can't hear you, dude. You know, I have to do it myself. One moment. Uno momento, per favore. All right, let's see if me speaking into this works properly. Alrighty. So, what has happened is, I have put on my streaming computer's headset. So when I'm on the streaming computer headset, I can hear redemptions. I can hear alerts. I can hear follows, all that fun stuff. Got my activity feed panel, etc. Activity P panel, yes. That's clearly what my mouth was wanting to say. Yeah, no, my activity panel. What I might start doing is when I want to fight a boss, I might put on the gaming headset. And when I do that, that means I'm totally locked in. Now, of course, I do think I probably need to learn how to pan or zoom the webcam so that you guys know what kind of headphones I'm wearing, but I might come up with some kind of neat gimmick for that. But yeah, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It is an overhaul mod, vanilla plus plus style. It is a vanilla plus style overhaul mod made by Kirnifr and the rest of Team Reforged. There are approximately 13,000 changes that have been listed. No, there are approximately 13,000 changes that have been poured into this mod, and counting. The mod's constantly being worked on. Okay, I was afraid the color wasn't working correctly, but I guess Torrent's ass is not a very good visual indicator. Anyway, yes, if you guys want to know more information, you can type in !ERR, ERRW, or ERRD. If you want to know more. The regular command takes you to the mod page. The ERRW will take you to the wiki. That is slowly being phased out, but it should mechanically tell you how everything's going to work. Also, you can download the file and just read the change log if you want to see that for yourself. Additionally, the ERRD will take you to the Discord that is associated with the mod. For YouTube, if you use an asterisk, is Shift 8 on a QWERTY keyboard, or you can, if you press on your numpad, there's a key right above the 9 on the number pad. That is a star, or an asterisk. If you press that and type in the exact same stuff, you will get access to the exact same information as those on Twitch. I will be putting up visual indicators for this over time. It is going to take me some time to do, but I'll do it. Now let's get toward these ruins and get to going around the other side, huh? Last time we killed, let's see, how many bosses did we kill? We defeated Ordovis, Red Wolf, the full-grown Falling Star Beast, the Erdtree Burial Watchdog, Kindred Rot Duo. Or no, not the Kindred Rot Duo. We're on our way there now. Yeah, we're on our way to do that now, over at the Seethwater Cave. So that'll be fun. Yeah, that's our plan. Start small and get bigger over time, and we're gonna reset that. So, I don't know if I had the chance to share this yet, but I put I think I may have mentioned about it. You know what? I'll retell the story. So one of the very first nights that I was, house sitting this house to myself, while my folks are out on a business trip in New York, I had a pizza for dinner. It was a flatbread pizza with spinach, Alfredo sauce, mushrooms, all that fun stuff. As far from your traditional pizza as possible, basically. And flatbreads are notoriously difficult to cut for me. Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, they're notoriously difficult to cut for me. So what do? Instead of cutting the pizza with a pizza cutter, which is what I usually do. I know of people who use bread knives to cut this type of pizza, by the way. But I pulled out a pair of normal cardboard cutting scissors, and I just cut the pizza into square-sized sections. It took me a minute to do, but The result is once I cut it that way, I never had to fiddle with the pizza cutter again. And I thought it was going to be really difficult to do, but as it turns out, it actually wasn't all that difficult to do. You'd have to struggle with stuff in your hands for it to be a problem. So, yeah. So, chat, how do you guys like your pizza? How do you cut your pizza? Do you cut it with a knife? Do you tear it off by the slice? As in, you don't cut it at all. You get your pizza pre-cut. Do you use a pizza cutter? Or do you use a knife? Or like a pair of scissors? I used to be a pizza cutter guy for the longest time, and the pizza cutter may still be appropriate. I'm going to die if I step into that again. I used to be a pizza cutter guy. Love the pizza cutter. And then I met the scissors. I thought about it for pizza because it's annoying on flatbreads. I'm gonna try it on like regular round pan pizza. And if it works, I'm just forgoing a pizza cutter completely. Why? Let the people who are gonna pre-cut the pizza use a pizza cutter. I'm perfectly happy to be a plebeian and use scissors on that stuff. Granted, you don't want fabric cutting scissors. I'm surprised you're here, good sir. So welcome to Mount Gelmir. This is what it's like a little bit closer to the volcano. There's... And you know, the strange thing is, all this rain doesn't have a single bloody impact on a volcano. Not even one. Too much heat. The volcanic spouts are definitely not quite all that fun. I hope I found Seathwater Cave. I would be very upset if I haven't found it yet. Rejuvenating Bowl says it's this right here. 110%. Yeah, I see you. I know you're here. Yeah, so this is what a basilisk ambush looks like. And they jump around like crazy. If you aren't like a long-range caster, you will be very annoyed by them when they move and hop around like crazy. Seems to be keeping up just fine. I can monitor the audio. There's no, it's a little hard to hear, but that's fine. I don't need to hear it that well. And I can hear the major stuff happening. But if I could do things like this, then that means I can get hyped with you guys when you use your own soundboard redemptions and stuff like that. Speaking of soundboard redemptions,
Goodness gracious, the way it glistens.
I'm just gonna wake people up in the back. Although that really isn't the way to do it. My soundboard, I've been told, is a little bit quiet. That's by design. Let me actually wake people up. Where is it? Yes, if you guys like Celivis, or at least think he's funny out of context, you're gonna love this.
Goodness gracious, the way it glistens.
So funny, so amusing. Oh, we can actually increase a charge on our flasks. Isn't that nice? It's now 6 and 6. All right, now at least this isn't the... We dealt with the rock cave earlier, thank goodness. But this one is just as annoying. Oh, hello, good sir. At least I don't have to care about actually taking hits yet. That will have to start soon enough. You know, when we actually get this thing mastered and I get a bloody PB of 0 on a mod. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Deathless, a Deathless run is a type of challenge run. The goal is fairly simple. Beat the game without dying once. Obviously, by the red split numbers on the screen, on the bottom left, I have failed at this. I failed at this big time. I have like 200 and some odd deaths, ranging from platforming, 217 deaths exactly. Most of them are platforming deaths, but there is a non-significant number of non-platforming deaths. Like I have died to enemies. That probably constitutes a third of it. And the other third, maybe a little bit more than a third now, is actually constituted by boss deaths. Between the Apostle, the Godskin Apostle, the Godskin Noble, and the, you know, the Crucible Twins, as I'll call them. Yeah, not fun. Shit. Forgot this was a poison hole. Fine game. Let's just get through this quickly. We know about those guys that are over there. And I've also got to kind of check my hindside. Make sure I'm not missing ones. Ah, yeah, that's right. This is the one where you gotta watch, you gotta, watch your head while you're in here. Well, that's unfortunate. That's better. What am I in combat with? I can hear the slink of a rot mound. The slimy with for the rot mound, and I just it's got to just be the bubbling poison. Ah, that'll do it. All right then, we have found the guilty party. You can bleed out now. Or not. Okay, we're definitely eating. If I had remembered this cave, I would have packed Oh, that little bit is truly unfortunate. Gonna explore the poison-filled passageways first. the disciples of Rot, what are you doing in my swamp? Get out of my swamp, donkey. Out of my swamp. I can't do a Michael Myers to save my life, but that's fine. And people don't know me for my vocal impressions. Really, none whatsoever. Just gonna go ahead and... Really? How did that miss? Ah, it has found its mark. No. That was me being stupid. Don't worry. That was just me being bloody stupid. That's fine. This is what we bought that spell from Corrin for. Also, we're going to change our transmog. A little bit. No, I'm kidding. We're going to completely redo it. What transmog are we going to do today? I know. We're going to go for the Crucible set. We're going to make our helmet invisible. Because who bloody... No, I'm kidding. If you like helmets, good on you. I actually prefer, you know, the suits of armor without helmets. What can I say? I'm very used to transmogging helmets off my gear. That's my former experience from World of Warcraft talking. Alright, let's... Oh, we didn't adjust our spells. Let's do that now. Also, we can get rid of the ones that aren't very useful to us. Because I know about the Kindred Rot duo that's coming. We don't want... Blood Boon's fine. Flame Grant Me Strength is just going to be too slow. And I am probably just going to need the ability to cleanse and cure poison. And raise my vitality while doing so. I'm out of Golden Amalgam. This is not... That's not great. We're going to have to go... Okay, we're gonna have to go back and farm some of those materials real quick. That's been at least 7 sessions of consecutive farming for Runark materials. And that's what? That's been like 100 extra fireflies? If I recall correctly, it's been at least 100 extra fireflies? Maybe 200 extra fireflies? Yeah, 200 sounds a bit more correct. And I'm going to put on our pickled fowl feet and get 400 points of item discovery. Hopefully we could get those consistent 2-drop fireflies, among other things. Maybe roll a little bit higher on the drop table otherwise. Yeah, I know. This person saw me up there. That's fine. I hate dragonflies, in case it wasn't clear. These things are annoying. I will get you, Firefly. Or, Dragonfly. It will happen. Yep, it just sits there and waits for me to stop doing something. That's very annoying. Hey there, Gracker. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay, your cozy lurk. Let me check my surroundings. Probably get to a bush somewhere, and then I can give you the proper shout out. So if people don't know about Gracker, go check him out. He is a marbles on stream like content creator. That's mainly what he does. He's been doing this, I think, almost close to a year now, maybe 8 months, something like that. It is a stream participation game, to put it that way. Basically, the streamer, what they do is they, open up the client, check for marble skins, that sort of thing, purchase or obtain marble skins or racetracks, etc., etc. They get that experience all set up for the stream itself, and then when people hop in, they're usually given a command to go race their own marble on a track. And that's it. That's the game. There are different game modes such as Grand Prix, Battle Royale. There's an energy build-up session mode added. There's a few other things, and I think I thought I read something the other day where there was like custom track or custom marble support. There's one or two things that I'm sure that could be moddable about marbles on stream, but I would not be as well networked as I am without having met Cracker, and I would not have some of the stream tools I have now without them. So please give them a follow. Please come check them out. They stream every Saturday. They stream every Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. After this week, they'll also be streaming every Saturday at the same time. I hope I haven't gotten that wrong, but yeah, please check them out. I would not be nearly as well off as I am if not for them. It's a place for everyone of all stripes to just simply network with each other, content creator or not. And the more people that show up, the more people can network, get to know one another. Like, it's a self-fueling action. You can only help yourself by following that stream. Please do so. Very worth your time every Sunday. And eventually, hopefully, every Saturday as well. Hopefully, your lurk goes well. Let me get to breaking down some materials here, which is why I'm out here. I normally would not be. Okay, good. We broke ahead a little bit on that. Some butterflies. Yeah, we actually found some materials. Nice. Stone firefly, magnetic ore. Okay. Yep. Sorry, just talking myself through all the materials that I'm having to break down. Really. How did I... Oh, I just didn't collect any of the fireflies, huh? Was that it? Is that what happened? Yeah, so welcome to my challenge run. I'm totally professional at this. Promise. And we're doing a little bit of grinding for some rune arcs And we happen to get some other stuff in the meantime, that's fan-freaking-tastic. The entire game is more or less, sup, how's it going? Hey there, Chicken Warrior, good to see ya. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. It's going well. I'm having to grind for rune arcs again, but that shouldn't take particularly long this time. I also had to reconfigure spells, trying to go through Seethe Water Cave, playing through the new Fallout 4 update. Some things just don't change, right? Tell me, did the Fallout 4 update read like a war never changes, that kind of thing? Like it changed so little you were playing the same game, that sort of thing? Because that's what I was reading on Reddit earlier, like a couple of hours ago, is that Bethesda never changes. Bethesda doing Bethesda things, and that's really about it. Thank goodness it you know, at least it's an patch update and not you know, anniversary edition. Oh, I could have swear I felt a like a cricket in the back of my throat. Sarcasm notwithstanding, I hope the patch has been treating you well. Yeah, we don't need... No, right, we wanted to convert these. That's right. How many rune arcs do I have? 4? I probably want one more lap of this. That's right, I forgot. Yeah, I thought. I mean, I guess Chicken Warrior might have a factory in Niv. Yes, hello guys, this is a Niv. It's a chatbot, an AI chatbot. It is powered by a Markov chain algorithm, and it learned from the Super Metroid speedrunning community. That's where it got its start. Streamers like Oats and Goats use it as like a chat engagement tool. So there you go. It added a bunch of the weapons and armor from the Creation Club. Yep. And some Enclave-themed things. God bless the Enclave. It really is too bad about the Enclave. I actually quite liked their technology, but although that said, my only real experience with them is with Fallout 3. I think you hear a little bit more about them in New Vegas with Arcade's Quest. That's it. Ganon's Quest. That one. I gotta do your Fallout 76 dailies. I hope those go well for you, friend. Hope those go well for you. While I'm right here... I can hear someone or something throwing things, and I don't know what that is. This is what I was wanting. So I have one of the other skins that works well. This one was created by Tabata. It is the White Spectral Horse White Torrent mount skin. It's quite clean looking. I like it. I mean, the Falling Star Beast is my favorite, but there's nothing wrong with a simple and clean, name the song, I guess. With a simple and clean mount skin. That's just a recolor. Nothing wrong with that. I was going to show you guys a giant dog, like one of the Kalè dogs as a mount skin. Someone had skinned that together, put that together. You bleached Torrent, how could you? He actually looks pretty decent in white. He's like gray or black normally. I mean, I didn't bleach him. I just bought this from the online market. That's what I did. If you want if you want to accuse someone of bleaching, wink wink, go talk to Tabata on Nexus Mods. Speaking of which, if you guys want more mount skins or want to know of places to get mount skins for your modded Elden Ring playthroughs, I recommend typing in !ERN. That'll bring you to the Elden Ring Nexus mods page, just the general page. And if you type torrent into the quick search, there will be a bar with a chat prompt at the top that you could click on and type things into. If you type torrent into that, you'll get like a quick search result of 33 hits. And then you can kind of go from there. If you want more mount skins than that in the search, what I recommend that you do is, execute the quick search and go just to the overall results. And then filter not by file name, which is what the quick search does, but you'll want to filter by you'll want to filter by the description containing the word torrent. And that should get you the rest. Yeah, I was going to show off a giant dog instead, but for whatever reason, it's not working real well with ERR, and it could be that... all right. Flop on the deck and flop like a fish is what this guy is trying to do. Get out of here. Quit flopping around. No one asked. But I quite like torrent and white. It's pretty nice. If I could probably transmog into a white set of armor, but I thought I would just transmog into another heavy armor set today. This might be a... I haven't talked about it too much, but when it comes to like transmogs and what I generally like to wear in fantasy games, I love heavy armor. I am a huge... Oblivion is like the easiest example I can think of this. If there's like a Spellblade or like a plated caster type build, that's usually what I go into. I'm not super fast or super flighty, but I can either protect myself or I can hurl a massive fireball. I guess you would describe that sort of thing as a Magus style build in other fantasy terms, because Maguses are a Pathfinder 1 staple, and they're known for being able to gear up into wearing heavy armor. I'm not much for robes. I like some robes, but I think in games like these, the heavy armor just looks just a little bit better. Mwah, chef's kiss. I like some of the robes, but I don't know, they're too furry, too frilly. I don't know how else to really describe it. And there's nothing wrong with furry, frilly robes. I'm just not a fan of that. Like the Snow Witch armor. Beefy man toss large burning ball. Exactly. Exactly. Of course, I'm also the type that has no problem flashing a few quicker spells, but plated caster / paladin / magus is generally how I would describe what I like doing in fantasy games. When I'm in Oblivion or Skyrim, I go against the mold, I pick up alteration, along with heavy armor, and I'm typically either a destruction mage or I'm a restoration mage. I'm either a magus or a paladin, one of those two things. Whereas my sibling, on the other hand, is give me light leather armor, let me apply all the poisons in the world to my bow or daggers, and I will just kill things in silence. We could not be more different in terms of our preferred play styles. So I think I've asked this before, and this is directed to the whole audience. How do you guys like to play your fantasy games? Do you, when you're given a choice on class or race, or not race, class or subclass or combat gimmick, to put it more generally? Are you the bonk things with big stick, quick and precise with a bow or with a fine dexterous weapon? Or are you the purveyor of spells? And if so, what kind? Because spells are very general. Loud and destructive? Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think. Yeah, when I was more seriously, I actually did try playing Skyrim on this channel once. I'm supposed to be breaking materials down. I will bring violence to every corner of the land. Yeah, I'm like the opposite end of that spectrum. I prefer to resort things through dialogue first, and only if I can't will I then consider violence. Every once in a while, though, I do get the urge to set a save up beforehand and then just go on a murder spree, specifically for Oblivion or Skyrim type games, because the dialogue is just hilarious when it's repeated over and over again. I remember a couple of years ago I was really into, you're right, peaceful option first, then violence. Yeah, I'm also the wheel and deal type when it comes to fantasy games like that. I have no problem making deals. Me and McCready from Fallout don't exactly see eye to eye for that reason. Okay, how are our resources looking? We can make 7. I'm happy with this farming. Diplomacy in action? Mm-hmm. And you know, I'm not opposed to shotgun diplomacy either, but I would prefer not to go down that rabbit hole if at all possible. People act very, very strange when it comes to shotgun diplomacy. They'll either acquiesce to whatever you're doing, or they will work with you just long enough to get you out, and then they'll mobilize a mob on you. I've had it happen both ways in video games and tabletops for that matter. I've done both. I usually have a distinct preference for non-shotgun diplomacy first. All right, let's get back to Seathwater Cave and attempt this again, shall we? Where is that? Seathwater River. Up here. So, I guess in other news, this is the last day that I am house sitting for my parents, my dad, and my stepmother. And I should expect them home at about 8 p.m. tonight. So they're going to be, the dogs are going to be rather loud. I'm going to do my best to mask that, of course, but, you know, they're excited to see their real owners again. And I can't blame them. So if we take that second break, and I'm a little longer on that break than normal, it's because I'm doing my quick check-in with them. It's very possible that they'll be home earlier than that, or later than that. It kind of depends on how long my stepmother spends talking to her youngest brother and his wife and their adopted children. Let me grab the... What time is it? It is 7:48 right now. Never mind, it should be the first break, not the second. Thanks for that little reminder, Chicken Warrior. Much appreciated. I just completely spazzed and said second instead of first. Yep, I'm on the East Coast. Virginia, if I remember our previous conversation. So it should be the same time for you, yeah? Just out of curiosity. You may be like an hour behind or ahead at most. EST bros, let's go. You know, funnily enough, before my hiatus and like shortly after it, like I guess it would be 4 years ago, when I was streaming in the afternoon, I would get people from Europe, and know that that's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. It was just a matter of if I stream at 2 or I stream at 12, but like lunchtime, most people over here are at work. So I get the people who are home from work over in Europe. And I would get Italians and Romanians who spoke English and their native language all the time. All the time. I even tried to pick up Italian so I could attempt to speak to some of them. Of course, that didn't really pan out. But I do have the Italian on the back burner in case I want to give it another go. What am I doing? I want to activate the lantern. That was all I was looking to do. I'm sitting here doing the Stormwind shuffle in my head. Ugh. That's something else about me, by the way. If I get to chit-chatting, not that that's a problem, but I have no problem going on autopilot and just chatting with people. I'm an extrovert. I love chatting with people. Oh, God. Yeah, I have no problem chatting with people. I get energized after doing so. My sibling, on the other hand, is an honest introvert. They're very drained after dealing with people. And they, depending on the interaction or like the environment, they do generally minimize. You hate people? Fair. Very fair. I'm not an extrovert that goes out of his way to talk to people. I realize most people aren't super chatty in the first place. But, if people talk to me, I'll talk to them. I don't make it my business to get in other people's business. I'm not the quote-unquote stereotypical extrovert. And it's not like I don't eventually run out of, social batteries myself. We're all ambiverted at heart. That's just the human condition. But some people's social batteries run out quicker than others. And I'm happy to say that mine last a long, long time. As long as I enjoy what I'm talking about and or enjoying the company. If not, then it kind of varies. But one of the reasons I shifted my schedule to be in the evenings was strictly because, not that I don't like my European friends. Oh, brother in Christ. Not that I don't like my European friends or anything like that, but Europe has a different way of doing things. Their schedule is their schedules just vary wildly. Some say it's for the better, and others say it's for the worse. It's nice to have people that relate more on stream. Of course, I do my best to relate to everybody, and this is in no way trying to say, people from foreign lands are not welcome. That's not it at all. It's one of those... there are cultural divides, right? That kind of make it harder to relate to people sometimes. And so the conversations sometimes just become a perpetual sea of, well, that's not how it is in my land. Like, yeah, we said this 6 times in the past week. Would we like to do something else with that conversation? Are we going to go through the perpetual loop of, this is how it is in my land, or in my country, or even in my part of the country? Although, I suppose that's true for everybody, right? I've had people from California in here before, and we end up doing the same thing anyway. So maybe my mode of thinking is antiquated and perhaps there's something more deep-seated going on underneath. I don't know what that is. But up until this year, I had been streaming at relatively variable times, generally in the afternoon, sometimes in the evening, and almost always my audience would be European. Wah, hello Europe, love you. Whether you're as far east as Romania, or you're as far forward toward the coast as France, or Spain. We love you. I love you. Just... we have a sea separating us. And different cultural outlooks and different history. Nothing wrong with that. But it can make relating hard. Alright, enough of me. I'm starting to be a record player, so I'm gonna try to like dip out into another either another topic or something else along the same lines. I think the only other place I've actually had a real audience from is Japan. And Japanese audiences are fun. They get super hype. They're very bombastic. Nothing wrong with that either. They're colorful. They use lots of emojis. It could be a real gaggle of laughs, although people can be passive aggressive with the emojis. Yeah, no. This is not happening. Learning will occur, or my name is not Coinstamp / Steven. Okay, how can I approach this differently? Maybe use this spell instead? There we go. That's fine. I can take poison. I just don't want three guys hurling poison at me. Oh, hi up there. And I can see you up there as well. If you're going to be running an incantation build in Elden Ring, I do recommend, in whether it's Reforged, Convergence, try to, if you're using FP at all, or even if you're just a Spellblade who doesn't use FP all that much. Oh, hello there. Yeah, hi, nice to meet you. Glad you could join. Let me take a second and parse this. You seem to buff constantly on the move, but kill everything really quickly. Is there really any reason to do that? Instead of just spending the FP on another cast of damage? You know, you're right. The only thing I probably should be upkeeping right now is the Cure Poison. Because Cure Poison in Reforged doesn't just cure poison. It raises your immunity for a short time. So if I walk through this poison without having this buff on, then I cure the poison. I have a little bit of extra immunity compared to doing that. That said, we probably, you're right. We absolutely are just chunking things in 2 shots. And that's something I will be getting better at. Thanks for the reminder on that. It's also a consequence of being over-leveled as a... Oh, hi, yes. I'm glad you're up here. I forgot about him. And you're over there? Really? How did that miss? Yeah, I rolled in the poison. Thanks a lot, game. I really like it when this happens. Alright. I think we should just move instead of waiting to get pot shots taken. That's fine. Oh, you know, since I rolled in the dumb status, we should probably equip Sword of Night and Flame. I think I might like this sword even for just that by itself. Alright, now, I want to say... So what, we walk past... We take this right up here? No, that's not an illusory wall coin. Make 3 of these at a time and try not to burn through them like they're candy. Moss! Everyone loves moss. Oh, you know what? I know why I'm lingering around here. I'm lingering around here because I want that godforsaken rune piece. Does Cure Poison also clean off anything on your clothes the same way Flame Cleanse Me does? No. As far as I know, it doesn't. So if I go rolling in the poison... and clean it off, no, it does not. If Flame Cleanse Me does that, then that would actually make it better than Cure Poison. And Cure Poison is literally relegated to a wasted purchase. It might be worth experimenting with now that you're telling me about it. Because I knew that Flame Cleanse Me cured the same or similar statuses. But if Flame Cleanse Me actually burns the stuff, well, then I'm a much happier person. All right. Please tell me there's... Do I really even care about what's up there? Maybe a little. Cures poison and rot along with cleaning your clothes. When we get done with this boss, I should have enough materials or enough flasks for it. I will check that out and experiment. Thanks for pointing that out. I don't always think of that stuff. Really and truly. Okay. We could just drop down here like this, right? Yep, okay. Good. Oh, do I have it on me? Nope. I prepare it. Hold on. I suddenly saw the wavy guy said about me in S tier, womp womp gamba. Oh. Not gibberish. I bet the gamba part is the part I get, but the wavy guy, I have no idea. Probably some kind of reference to a speedrunner comparison. No, I'll have to go back and prepare it. Okay. You just dropped down. The jump looked small, or yeah, the jump looked bigger than it actually was. That's nice, coin. I love miscasts. How are the dailies going? You mentioned you were doing that earlier, Chicken Warrior. Going well so far? And since I asked a question, I will wait before I step through the fog wall. No rush on typing that. They only take about an hour once you have the whole map discovered and cleared. Gotcha. So you said that at... Okay, you should still be doing them if I'm parsing the chat correctly. So for anyone who hasn't been here before, I am generally mum during boss fights. I don't talk If you say hi or you're first time chatter, I will say hi. But otherwise, I generally focus on the boss fight. In fact, what I'll probably do now... Only got one left and you decided not to do one because of what it's for? Valid. Yep, that sounds like a World of Warcraft daily to me. Sometimes the dailies would be cross-faction and you'd have to pick one. Thank you for the GLs. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch headphones. I could still hear everything through these. I'll make sure the volume is all the way up on these. So if you guys redeem soundboard alerts or do anything else, I will be able to hear it. My headphones are not soundproof, but this will hopefully help go a long way towards showing that I'm going to be hearing different things from this point. Plus, I don't want my headphone purchase to go to waste. And this is probably the one fight that we want this sword out for. If you guys want to have like a written disclaimer of this, if you type in !BOSS, or if you're on YouTube, it will be star BOSS into the chat. You'll get like a condensed version of that notice. Now I'm going to step through this. Thank you for the GLs, and I'll see you guys on the other side. Yep, that didn't take long. And that's because I was too paralyzed by I was too slow. That's really what that boiled down to. Too slow. Now, I am going to return to the Grace site. This is going to take some getting used to. I have the audio monitoring turned on the streaming computer. I have the output muted, so I am capable of, hearing, hearing the game audio. So I have no problem doing this. It's just going to take some effort. Why don't we do that experiment while we're right here? Also, I can change spells. And we can do ourselves a little test. It would be Flame Cleanse Me. Yep, okay. I couldn't remember that it changed, even though I used this spell during the routing anyway, and read out its effect. I should have definitely remembered that. Yeah, Flame Fall Upon Them is probably the better spell for that particular fight. And that makes me especially glad I've packed Bestial Vitality then. Don't need to go that way now. We can just skip. And I want to be careful that I'm not walking into holes all of a sudden. I'm going to wait till we have a solid landmass. Like right here. Alright, let's roll in the muck. We're going to Flame Cleanse. Wow. You're right. It just completely burnt it off. There's nothing there at all. So Cure Poison is literally a wasted purchase. Literally wasted purchase. Awesome. I love spending... I mean, you literally set yourself on fire. It makes sense. It really does. It makes perfect sense. I'm thinking, yeah, there's going to be niche cases where I'll want my immunity higher. Nope. Or, there will be cases where I don't want to burn through my health in order to cure poison. maybe I shouldn't quite say it's a wasted purchase, but it certainly feels like a wasted purchase. Let me put it that way. I always pick it up to make your way across the forbidden pink lemonade lake. I've never heard the Lake of Rot described that way before, and now I am going to have to tell the Reforged Discord that someone called it a pink lemonade lake. Thanks for that visual. Everyone enjoys a good glass of forbidden pink lemonade. Tasty. There's a joke in there somewhere. Let's just kill things as quick as I can. Maybe, hopefully, find a quicker path to the boss. Well, I was surely hoping for a pathway to the boss. I was not expecting this. Good to know. Don't go up the stairs, the stone stairs. Ah, jeez. This is terrible facing. Get out of here. Holy Lord, what a comedy of errors. How did that miss? Run. Good Lord, that was bad. I was expecting, it's rats. It won't be that bad, right? Surely not. And then that exchange happened. Being bullied by rats is what most of the bosses saw in my first playthrough until after Morgott. Yeah, Morgott's like the real test of did you pay attention, son? And also let me teach you the geriatric move delay where I'm gonna wait 4 seconds, and if you're not the most patient son of a gun in Elden Ring, you are. He died to 4 rats. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, yeah. He died to 4 rats, which was funny. Yeah, Morgott, king of Lanedell, or like a self-made king. And the next thing you know, the king is dead. The king is dead, and it only took 4 rats to get there. It probably didn't just take 4 rats, but I find the mental picture funnier if it's just rats. Okay, that's a little too rats and sawing him to death. Yeah, that's probably what I figured. Okay. Let's get behind this and we wait. There's a guy in the woodwork. And hopefully by keeping more of our hard-earned resources, we won't have to drink quite so much. That'd be the hope. We got the rats down there. We should probably... Here's what I'll do. I'll pull a trick out of the old pocketbook. And use our one and only copy of the raw meat dumpling. I only pull these out in emergencies or if I'm literally trying to save on flasks. Now, let me think a little bit more critically. Out of the summons I have upgraded, it would be easy to say, and it does. I'm sorry, what was that sentence in regard to? I literally just blanked. Yes, the raw meat dumpling. It does restore health. it also poisons you, and it's quite the time saver. It's just rare. I actually probably need to make another one. Are we holding any of the raw meat dumplings right now? Nope. And I'm not even sure... Wait, do I not have the recipe for that? I should have the recipe for the raw meat dumplings. I'm going to be upset if I ate my one and only meat dumpling on something so small. Down here, right? Just doing a quick bit of scrolling through the recipes. Oh, I saw something about giving your mimic a ton of those because it can't get poisoned. So he's just got a ton of beefy healing consumables. That's probably nice. I believe in Reforged, your summons can get poisoned. If, like, the base form could get poisoned. So since I can get poisoned, the mimic tier can also get poisoned. But I'd have to go back and read over... I would probably have to read any articles on the Discord about that, because that's not very well documented on the wiki, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I know there was a pretty big fuss up about one of the Spirit Ash updates. I think specifically tied to the Spirit Fury system, as a matter of fact. It's about as much as I'm remembering. Yep, we don't have this recipe. That's fine, I guess. Can't win them all, and I surely don't want to fall and die to rats again. Now, are you going to jump down here? Sure. You know what? I'll take it, game. I will take your mercy. Thanks. Oh, man. We are now ready to try this again. Now, what was I thinking about before? Right. I'm going to try swapping Lutel for Kristoff here. I don't think it's going to make a difference, because I'm pretty sure Kristoff is just going to get bullied by the Kindred of Rot, but we're going to see. And hopefully I don't die. Nope. I want to be just close enough to where they're not spamming those. All right. Oh, all right, sure. We two can play at this game. Oh, I'm out of stamina. That's really bad. I need to just stop what I'm doing. All right, thank you for taking the heat off me, Sir Kristoff. Much appreciated. Oh, that doesn't seem like a hard fight, right? What led me to use the rat summon your first playthrough is that you get more as you upgrade it, and it literally costs nothing to summon. Do we have that summon on us? It would be a generic summon for sure. GG's, thank you. Let's see. Miranda Sprout. No, it's not it. Okay, so the general split up is non-human, No, that's not even really right. This is split up. Not like that at all. That's at around +6, it upgrades to 4 rats. Yeah, I was just looking to see if I had it. I forget where you get the sewer rat ashes. Is it is it in the Lanedale sewers by chance? I don't know if you remember off the top of your head, and don't worry if you can't. Aniv, he didn't get changed. Yeah, you know, Aniv, that was almost a sentence. Almost. Oh, slow claps. You get it in a stable at the bottom of one of those windmills. Oh, it's up here. You know, we never did go up here. I thought the only thing that was there was just rune pieces and kind of a waste of time. That could be worth getting later. It might also be worth spirit ash, or not spirit ash. It might be worth starlight tokens. That's what I'm thinking of. I can actually show this off. This is actually a really rather neat feature about Reforged. So if you go to the Chapel of Anticipation, normally the only things that await you here are the Grafted Scion, which has been beefed up and reforged a little bit, and you know, the Stormhawk King and Stormhawk Dean. That's all that awaits you here. And maybe the blood of a dead maiden if you're doing Vare's questline. In Reforged, this altar, the altar of anticipation. I can't really show it off because I don't have any starlight tokens. But essentially, this altar has 2 functions. One, if you are at the beginning of the game, and only at the beginning of the game, you can use this to enter New Game Plus early, just right off the bat. Your level is set to 200, or 250, I forget exactly which one. You're given enough materials to keep up with New Game Plus scaling, which starts at the scaling of the final area. It's set to be at near the highest. So instead of, oh, the third half, the beginning third of the game is easy, oh, well, now the beginning third of the game is caught up with everything else. You can also set which game mode you're in. There's one called, is it yeah, it's like the Eternal mode. It's inspired by The Legend of Zelda, the Majora's Mask. You have 3 days to become Elden Lord, and you have to complete quests along the way to do it. There's also... No, adventure mode set at the campsite. That's at the rest sites. That's right. There's another one that you can set right from here. You can also choose an alternate start location if you're here. All that right at the beginning of the game. If you step out of the Chapel of Anticipation and you get murked by the Grafted Scion at the beginning, when you come back, you'll get 10 Starlight tokens just for making it here. It might actually be 20. Don't quote me on that. But you can come back to this altar and you can exchange it for weapons, armor, talismans, cookbooks, spirit ashes, or other items, including a reforged specific wet blade called the Fated Wet Blade, and it adds the Fated affinity to weapons. And the Fated affinity basically adds not random, but it adds specific effects to weapons. So like a Fated Epi, I think, adds poison and it gets some other effect. It's unique effects on generic weapons is another way of looking at it. An example of me having used the Starlight Altar is Blood Boon, and Blood Flame Talons. These are late game spells. You get them in Mogwyn's Palace, that you have to find them. We have them before ever getting there, at the cost of 6 Starlight Shards. So the Starlight tokens and the Chapel of Anticipation are a way of... I just realized I didn't take a break, but that's okay. I'll figure out what to do about that. They're a way of beefing up your character with late game items well before you're supposed to. You can even get quest unlocks or cut content in here. Fia's Deathbed Smalls is an item that, you know, is locked for good reason. You can get that here. You can get the Brave set, which has been repurposed for Reforged. That's here. Etc., etc. Now that I've explained that, I actually think it's one of Elden Ring Reforged's better features, because you can literally choose your start point along with choosing the intended difficulty. Yeah, I did not mean to click on DaVinci Resolve. We want to head to Fort Live, and that's going to be over here. Yeah, we go to Seathwater Cave and hook a left. A right coming out of the cave. That's not to say other overhaul mods don't have a similar system. I know that Convergence has a quick start, or rather, the quick start is baked in. You pick a class and you start somewhere different. Be right back. Very well. Sorry, I'm trying to troubleshoot the streaming computer. I guess I gotta wait for DaVinci Resolve to actually open up. I'm gonna have to crack open that lovely piece of software again. When I go to make the video installation guide, I'm going to try to get that done tonight. But with Convergence, that's sort of the base idea, right? Is that you... I'm wanting to just close this. There we go. The alternate starts baked in, right? Like, you pick a class and you just start there. You don't have, like, the option for a vanilla start. That doesn't happen. Here, you can start vanilla if you want to, or if you want to start at an alternate location, you totally can. Your choice. I like having agency over that. The ability to have a vanilla start and do things in a vanilla way despite playing a mod. I love that. It's like, yeah, I realize you got all this stuff, but what if I just want to relive the old storytelling? Like, sometimes an alternate start in Skyrim, I will either purposefully choose the vanilla start, because I like watching, is it Idolith? Idolith the Thief. I forget his name. It might be Idolith. He gets shot by an archer trying to run away from his execution. That scene's funny. I like that scene. Sometimes I like reliving that. Other times, you know, I'll tell alternate start, you know, I'm just gonna escape the cell I'm in right now. And as long as there's not like a difficulty mod attached to the way that alternate start works, I'll pick it. And I'll run away from all the ghosts in the fort that you get placed in for the alternate start. Please tell me I am headed... Okay, are we headed west? We're headed west. Good. Oh, also, I don't need this weapon now. We should be okay. What was I saying? It's nice to have the choice to choose vanilla, whereas in Convergence, it's kind of like... I get the impression that, yeah, we work really hard on everything that everything we do, so you better bloody appreciate it. or we're gonna have problems. Is this a rock troll? One. Oh, you didn't bother with the second hit? Oh my god, please get away from there. I definitely don't want to get caught up in that. So, since I didn't take a break here, didn't take a break before, I am gonna take a break now. And I guess our breaks will just be off kilter today. Sorry. So what happens when you get chatty with people and you enjoy what you do? I enjoy making content for you guys. I've had pretty positive feedback throughout most of my streaming career. I just have to be consistent and, dedicated to it. Anyway, we're going to take a break. Thank you so much for hanging around with me up to this point. I generally take 5-minute breaks around here, and I play 90 seconds of ads on Twitch. Feel free to get up, get stretched, have a snack, whatever have you. And I will see you at the end of these 5 minutes. If you don't like ads, I understand you hopping off. I do not blame you. I hate them. And when we come back, we will change out our spells and get ready to tackle Fort live. See you guys then. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I'm gonna clean my ears real quick. I do apologize for mentioning that, but if I don't, you know, people are gonna find it strange that I'm not immediately firing up the other screen. Hopefully everybody has enjoyed their commercial break so far. Well, they enjoyed their commercial break because that is over now. Oh, that is much better. You ever clean your ears, chat? And, you get, you feel better? You feel like this after you clean your ears? Oh. Hope that may or may not have woken people up in the back as well. Oh, okay, we have the... Hold on, I need to, like, fix this. I'm gonna play one more alert so I can see where it is. Let's do something less offensive.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
There. We want to transform it to fit the screen. I'm gonna play one more.
Night-night, sleep tight.
And one more time for sizing reasons.
Useless flesh.
And I'll have to do the same thing in this scene. And I want to say there, if I play it, it's going to be super tiny.
Behold, your mother is dead.
Maybe over here somewhere. Sorry to keep bombarding people with alerts. I just need to see it.
Let's give him a squeeze.
Twisted dolly botherer.
Okay, I think I got the transforms about where I want them. That way it shows up, but it isn't, you know, it isn't like a significant chunk of the screen or anything. But, yeah, welcome back. My folks are not home, as to be expected. You know what, I don't expect we'll be dealing with poison here. So we're probably good to get rid of this now. Let's change up what we're trying to do. Maybe scouring here? Yeah, I'm fine with not having frenzied burst here. Then we'll take these two spells. And if I remember correctly, there are a ton of really annoying ballistae here, so I want to be super sharp and extra focused. Zippy, as they say. Actually, zippy is like the opposite of focused, now that I'm thinking on it. So we know the big guys are over there. I'm trying to, like, basically more or less sneak around right now. Oh, yep. Nice. Oh, if I bleed out, I'm dead. Uber mega dead. How about them apples? So I want to say thank you to everybody so much for hanging out with me, lurking or following or subscribing or whatever else have you that you guys are doing in terms of support. I really do appreciate it. If you guys like the content and hadn't done so before, you know, volley of soundboard redemptions notwithstanding, please consider following or subscribing on YouTube and make sure those notifications are turned on either platform so you don't miss out. Please also consider, if you follow or subscribe, you get Discord benefits. You can join the Discord, and I have a streaming calendar on there. Please feel free to hop on. I would love to have you. Whether you're a content creator or you're just someone who wants to be along for the ride, doesn't matter which one to me. I have a streaming calendar through Google Calendar. You can, click the invitation for that and be that way you can really keep as much up to date with the streaming calendar or with the stream schedule as possible. Because the stream calendar is like the biggest reflection of, if and when I'm going to stream. Okay, that tracks. Okay, that really tracks. I almost feel like you have to duck under that. I'll try it. Oh, and it aimed short. Of course it would. I don't really like fighting flame chariots. Thankfully, a lot of our spells just do like incidental damage passing by. So, if we do manage to, get issues, that will block one shot. Come on. Yep, there's the jet of flame I was waiting for. No, you cannot do that. You actually don't have a choice except to, like, perfectly time it or deflect it even. Of course you would undershoot this time. Is there supposed to be game audio? Yeah, there should be. Why? Is there no game audio? Oh, I'm gonna hate that. This is a bad time to try to be managing that. Let me finish this and I'll take a look. No. Yep. I can tell you that thought that crossed my mind about the game audio, literally, I was distracted the whole time. Yeah, there should be game audio. Hang on. Okay. You have to be the judge for me. Has there been no... Tell me honestly. I don't mind. I would rather know now than later. When you joined, was there no game audio at all? Like, nothing whatsoever. It was just me talking and nothing else. So... you know what I thought was a win? So in OBS, I'm explaining this for the people who don't use it. There is an advanced audio property section. If you go to where that advanced audio properties is, you'll get a table of devices and what tracks they're playing on. I thought that monitor only meant that the capture card would still get the audio and like pass it through to you guys, but you wouldn't be hearing double. You know what I mean? So like you would get something from the capture card and you would get something from my own computer playing the audio back to me. But as it turns out, it literally meant mute the output, and I read way more into the output being muted than I should have. Thank you for telling me something. I really do appreciate it, because this is not the first time I've had audio issues. I've gone a week before. I've had time to think about that in the shower because your stream seemed quieter for some reason, but you couldn't tell why. Thanks. I really do appreciate that. I've gone a week before where, you know, I was muted. The game audio was functional, but my mic was peaking on OBS, so I thought I was talking to everybody. Nope. I was muted the whole week. And that was very frustrating to have to figure out why that was occurring and how I could fix it. My audio sometimes does this, where if I don't set something right, or sometimes just in the process of updating on Microsoft will occasionally reset all of the audio fixes that you implement. It just returns to default. That's just a thing that happens with Microsoft products. Thank you, Microsoft. Seriously, thank you. And Aniv, I do not use that PokeCatch stream app, like stream extension. I guess here's a question I can ask for you guys. Since I'm starting to get a more robust audience, what do you guys think about the stream game extension, like Twitch extensions? It's about the best way I know to say it. So, there will be like Pixel Games, or sometimes it's Pokemon, or sometimes it's something else. Are they like, oh, cool, neat, I'm glad I could play this while I'm watching the stream, or, oh, a distraction. I wish the streamer would take it off of their page. or meh, uninteresting, don't care. You love them? You engage from time to time? Cool. Glad to know it. And Nibs also seems to as well. Yeah, and Nib very much seems to enjoy, you know, fiddling with all of the Twitch extension apps. We're gonna have to moderate a Niv carefully so that they're not playing with things they shouldn't be, like the moderator-only commands. Thank goodness they're not a moderator, or else they definitely would be spamming the Discord invites right about now. Me, I'm kind of whatever on them. So, on one hand, some of them are really cool, but I can tell when a streamer is just, you know, having that as like a, if you stay playing this game, you know, you'll be staying on my channel and actually count as a viewer. I can tell when they're using it as an engagement tool instead of this really fun thing that people do sometimes. At least that's the impression I get when some streamers use it. Okay, I should focus. Actually, should probably reset if I'm gonna talk about this. Also, PCG is Pokemon community game. If you didn't know where, where you catch Pokemon in people's chat and battle with them with other people. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I just didn't remember the name. I bumped into it on Devious's stream, as a matter of fact. She has a PCG game in there. I've seen lots of streamers do it. That's what the command Niv tried to use is from. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm kind of whatever on those. If I'm on a stream, I'm generally chatting with the streamer, or I'm chatting with their audience. I find it strange to just sit there and lurk, but actually not be lurking when I could be talking. Maybe that's a me thing. That's probably a me thing. If everybody seems to enjoy that stuff, I'm not here to judge. I'm definitely not here to judge. I just don't think that stuff's for me. And this is coming from a guy that loves Pokemon and plays the adult version called Shin Megami Tensei. If she learned to do that, I wonder what Pokemon they've caught by randomly doing that. Yes, that actually is pretty amusing. Maybe they're sitting on a, like a Victini or something. I don't know how far along in the Pokedex that the PCG is, but if it's robust, I'm willing to bet at least 3 to 5 generations. Now, if it has the complete Pokedex, I would be absolutely floored, because I have Pokemon Violet, I think it is. It's Scarlet or Violet. I want to say it's Violet, but I could be incorrect. How many shinies you got, Niv? Yeah, that's what I want to know. How many shinies you've got? Do you have any legendary mons, Niv? Do you have a Mewtwo somewhere that I can, skitch on? I did, take a quick crack at it when I was in Devious's stream the other day. And I had a Litten. Actually, that should give me an answer right there. Litten's what? XY? No, that's definitely 5. Because Gen 6's Firestarter was, the Fire Fox Psychic thing. I forget its name. Like I said, I'm a huge purveyor of Pokemon, and I do not remember that one. Oh, did that guy just spot me? I think that Chariot just spotted me. Here's something neat that I could showcase. Let's make a concealing aromatic. And maybe we won't get spotted by random chariots while I'm trying to, like, recover all my stuff. I was attempting to catch a Bidoof for a while to give it the best moves for its type as a meme. Oh, I love Bidoof and B-Barrel by extension. It is so sad that Bidoof is, has very bad stats. And I'll go out of my way to play projects that pump up the Bidoof in pretty... Holy Christmas! Jesus! Spare me! I'm begging you, guilty sons of... You wanted to give it metronome so it could have random moves? Yeah, metronome's a real grab bag, let me tell ya. I've had it pull, like, what is it, Grass Pledge? Yeah, I've had it pull the elemental pledges before. And those are always a real hoot, because generally the elemental pledges don't work very well. I'm about to get more blood loss. Good God. That was a nightmare. Problem is, when you want to give a Pokemon a move in the PCG, it'll change a random move instead of changing the one you want. Aw, that is sad. Is that like a pay gimmick? You can pay for the ability to control which moves you're changing. Because I know some of the Twitch extensions are like that, where you'll play the game and certain features on it will be paywalled. You'll get like a basic feature instead, but like the convenience feature is paywalled. No, it might be for balance purposes. Fair. Very fair. Although in Pokemon you can usually control which move is getting deleted, so I'm not sure. Is there like accelerated leveling in PCG? I took a quick peek. I didn't like peruse the whole app in its entirety, so I don't know. I'm wanting to conceal my presence. I think it's pretty standard. Okay. Let's make a rune arc. And I heard my dogs whining earlier, so what I'll probably do is try to creep inside Fort Live, and then I'm gonna have to take a quick emergency break so I can go make sure that they're not whining because they got hurt. I don't hear any more whining, so I think my folks might be home, but I'm not 100% sure. Also, if you want to hide yourself, why not get the Hidden Body Sorcery or the Assassin's Gambit for concealment? Good point. As far as Hidden Body goes, I couldn't cast it even if I wanted to, as my intelligence is 7. As far as the Assassin's Gambit goes, I think I just haven't purchased it. I think I have Darkness. No, I can check my inventory right here. Hang on. We have Assassin's Approach. We do have that spell. Just a little stabby stabby, your hand, poof, you're gone. Wait, Assassin's Gambit, a little stabby stab. I don't recall Assassin's Gambit. Oh, Assassin's Gambit is probably different than Assassin's Approach. Ain't it? The aromatic suits my purposes well enough. Oh, it's an Ash of War. That would explain it. Well, Aniv, it's nice to know you don't have an Ash of War. Aniv, if you ever started playing Elden Ring, I would be very curious to see, what your journey is going to look like. If, Elon Musk's, it has, what's that? Not a complete thought, though, huh? No complete thoughts. Okay, I'm gonna try to sneak by again. This just turns us invisible, so I will have to pair this with a soft cotton, but that's fine. Thankfully, I don't use these super often. sneak, try not to make too much noise. Ah, yeah, plate paladin, you know, plate warrior, plate caster, sneaking around Fort Live. Shit. I get these guys had true sight. These guys had true sight. It's not my fault. This worked about as well as I expected it to, honestly. Run. I was just right there, and they saw right through that. Oh, I think you had to go this way, now that I'm thinking on it. No, maybe not. You can tell I haven't played through this game or you can tell I haven't played through Mount Gelmir that much. I've been through here once, and that's it. No, this is the correct path, kind of. This is just like the back door to getting here. I don't like my company. Can I head back now? Unfortunately, I do have to go through Fort Live and kill something, so that's not really an option. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tuck back here for a quick minute. I normally don't take breaks on the fly like this, but it'll probably be a few minutes. I need to go make sure that my folks can get in. They should have a key, but sometimes they don't bring one because they expect me to have it unlocked for them. So let me go do that real quick. I'm going to play a short 30-second ad. I highly recommend you use this time and stretch for yourselves. I will see you in just a moment. Sorry about that. That took a little bit longer. I had questions I had to answer on top of everything else. Mainly about the dogs and, you know, whether or not the mail was checked today. That's pretty much it. Where is this? Here. I apologize for the ad. Really, I do. After ads, I like to joke, oh, you got a whole 4 cents just to jab at Twitch's forced ad policy to remind the people that the average streamer is getting little to nothing by doing so. Well, yeah, you know, you're absolutely correct on that. We're paid a pittance for the ads, and at partner you get contracts. Not recently, but like existing partners, as far as I understand, still have contracts until they run out. It really stinks, because I would just prefer not to run the ads at all, right? Because I do only get about 6 cents every time I run 90 seconds of ads, and about 2 when I run 30 seconds. It's bad. You will take your shillings and you will be happy for it, peasant. Yes, and it sucks so much. It's to force us to shill for 2 things: subs and Amazon, not Amazon Prime, but like Twitch Turbo. It used to be that if you already had Amazon Prime, you could just cut out the ads, but since that was given to you free, they were like, no, we actually lose money on this. So, it broke AF, understandable. I'm the exact same way. All of the money I make comes from house sitting or from people giving me gifts. That's it. So, no, I completely understand. No financial contributions are required to be here. That's perfectly fine. But I do have to shill for it, and I hate it. Because I hate ads. I wish they weren't necessary. And I wish it weren't necessary for us to run them. But here's the thing. If I don't run ads, every now and then I'll have a little extra cash if I'm not paying off something or saving for something. Then maybe I'll buy a sub for a streamer that you enjoy. Valid. That's probably about how I'd be operating as well. If I don't run the ads, then Twitch runs pre-roll, right? And the pre-roll ads happen anytime, and I get nothing for them. Which I guess is fine. The situation just stinks. There's no way I can like sugarcoat it or say something else. It just sucks. And it's just kind of the game you play when you're a Twitch affiliate or you're a Twitch partner. I am less inclined to play the game because I'm not a partner, right? So I don't have a contract. I don't have to run the ads or literally be unable to live. If I were living by myself, I'd probably have to run those things to live. Of course, I would probably also have an extra job, so I wouldn't have to do that in the first place, but that's neither here nor there. So, really, the people to blame are Amazon and their feckless greed, and not anyone else. And I apologize for going on that bit of tirade about it. I'm not the only streamer to do so. All of us would rather not run it, really. But it's cash. We all have to make our way in this cash-driven world somehow. But every chance I get, provided I have to be careful with how often I do it, don't bite the hand that feeds, but I'm the first one to call out. I'll be one of the first to call out Amazon's greed, and it didn't have to be this way. They could have just literally left well enough alone, and they would be making money. they changed things in order to obtain more growth, which in turn made them less money. So they grow less, and their policies get more draconian to try to make them. It's a never-ending cycle. It's a never-ending cycle. Oh, you saw me, did you? That's fine. I was hoping not to take a hit for that, but whatever. At least I can get flask refills outside of Fort Lythe. Okay. Now that this has happened, and now that my folks are home, I am going to have to be a little more controlled in what I say. It's not like I can't cuss or anything. Just I have to control my volume a bit more. We're gonna go in and fight a prelate, and I hope to God it's not a boss. Doesn't look... It's just standing there. Like, so you have arrived, have you? My wits evaporate in your presence. I won't even deign to fight you until necessary. But yeah, given the whole PSA about the... nice. This guy is definitely gonna be an uphill battle. It's just standing there menacingly. Yeah. Stop pile driving. You're not Astaroth from Soul Calibur. You don't get to have that move. Spin to win, baby. Spin to win. Are you winning, son? Nah, Dad. This random stranger just beat me. Also, you can call it what it is. Smo with a Lord Vessel on his head. You know, I was just thinking that. It's another instance of, FromSoft reusing assets, which is fine. Why let a perfectly good twisted set of armor, Smo's set, go to waste, right? Most janky... even in Dark Souls 1, Prepare to Die Edition, when I was streaming that, I put on Smo's once and then never again. Same with Havel's. Can't lose the moob armor. Can't lose the moob armor. I wasn't expecting moob armor to be on my bingo card, but it is now. Thanks, Chicken Warrior. I greatly appreciate it. Oh God, moob armor. That's. I'm gonna have to tell my sibling about that one. They'll lay an egg over that. Oh, an absolute bloody hen's egg over that. Okay, what was this cookbook? Armor's cookbook number 7. One flame pot that I bet I could probably skip. But I was gonna mention a PSA regarding the whole Twitch Amazon thing. And this is just to the audience at large. I say this all the time. I'll say it again. Your financial support is never required to be here. I will keep doing this until I physically or financially cannot. You don't have to worry about that at all. So don't let me... I'm sorry, what just happened? Who are we calling wretched fool? They'll never find me. But yet you keep talking? Oh, there must be like a ghost here if I remember correctly. But yeah, don't let my talk of, you know, Twitch's greed or... Remember, everyone compared to a billionaire remember everyone, compared to a billionaire like Jeff Bezos, we're all poor in the same way. Yup. I have as much respect for Jeff Bezos as I do for a basic human being, which isn't saying much in the grand scheme of things. Remember, Jeff Bezos is the one that got, is it Portugal? I think it might be Portugal, or some other, no, might it have been the Dutch? He got a European country to literally rebuild their, like, waterway arches just so he can fit his damn yacht through it. He has that much clout that a country was literally willing to just roll over and let him pass when literally all other boats have to have the same strict standards. Also, the gimmick of this place is the Phantom hid the scorpion charm from the soldiers raiding the castle. Which is why he says hide and seek with the chest open and the dead bodies everywhere. Gotcha. I didn't really think of it that way. Thanks, Chicken Warrior. Is that all there is up here? There's a boss. Oh, it's... I didn't read it right. It's south of Fort Live, not Fort Live itself. So I actually went here for no reason. Neat. More wasted time. Yeah, lava pool by the fort. I literally could have just skirted off to the right and never have been, Also, didn't I die on this split? But you got the thing that boosts fire if you don't care about defense. I do. I have fire negation, or flame fort. That's what it is. We got flame fortification. We should go grab that real quick. And dispose of our runes. We have too many of them. Okay. So I actually don't want any pure fire spell at all. And what I'm trying to remember is whether it is more vulnerable to bleed or madness between these. We do want flame fort. I also have like the flame drake talisman that I can put on. I'll take that over the damage output. Also, we got the fire scorpion charm. Nice. Would you want a 12% boost with 10% defense loss? Or would you want to boost all incantations by 8% with no downside? So I find myself in the middle on this. Like if I weren't doing hitless, like I'm doing deathless, I know. But if I'm fighting trash, I don't mind having lowered defenses. So I would much prefer to have this thing. Or than like a simple 8% to all incantations. If I'm fighting a boss, I don't want to wear this thing. My inclination is to take it off because it's not worth the damage negation, the loss in damage negation. Now in hitless, in an actual hitless, not deathless, but hitless, this thing is like the king of items. You want this as soon as possible, because you can't get hit anyway. That's part of the challenge. You can't get hit, so you might as well have that pure power. It's the same thing with a red feathered branch sword. Aniv, I do not have that command. Sorry. Sure, in the end game it's percentage, so 3% could be a lot. But is that 3% really worth it in exchange for more damage? Not to me. My general inclination is to not wear these types of items. The Scorpion Charms. In Dark Souls 3, when I was doing hitless, different story. You just kind of accepted the damage negation loss. Maybe in hitless I will, but right now, I don't see a need for these things. Same deal with the I believe I might have sold it, but there's a unique talisman. You have the blue dancer charm that boosts physical damage for being under a under light load, and I think it's under 30 points in Reforged. There's a custom equivalent of that that does the same thing for elemental damage if your equip load is under 30. It's really nice for a hitless run because you're going to be, you know, running around naked anyway, so you're gonna get something out of it. But in general, I generally don't wear stuff like that. Too gimmicky. That said, I do sometimes get sucked into the ritual sword talismans or the max health items for the same reason, and so this is also a beginner's trap. 8% damage is good, but it is also the first thing I cut. So in a fire run, you can get naked and things would start to heat up more. But yep, that is absolutely correct. Things would heat up more. And I would probably also die to literally a fire, not a fire giant. I would literally die to a knight sneezing on me in the early game. Yeah, it's bad. I recognize how important those types of boosts are, but I don't like them. I like nice, consistent damage. That's how I'm trained. That's how my MMO slash hack and slash brain is trained. Is the guaranteed stuff. What was I doing? Right. Swapping the talisman. There. Now we have almost 50% fire resist for the magma worm, and that should be good enough. Did I want anything else? No. I think we're good, and as far as our spells, I think we're good here as well. Let's go. I've spent enough time. I have spent enough time wasting people's time and my own, just as importantly, because if I had known, well, actually, I don't know. I'm so torn on it. I just don't have the usual mindset of a challenge runner, or like a hitless runner. I just don't. I know what the optimal play is, and that is to be wearing that fire scorpion charm. I just hate it. I suppose there's nothing stopping me from not being like them and just doing things my own way. But there's a reason that when you're looking at challenge runs, holy moly, let's go back and get a different spell, so I'm not having to deal with these mooks every time. There's a reason you follow conventional wisdom, right? There's a reason that if a group of people have invented a type of challenge run or a certain way you do things, you listen to them because they've done it a lot, and their opinion and their perspective is very valuable. Let's grab the where is it? The Assassin's Approach. But kind of like, and this is why I find myself in a weird position. If I were strictly trying to emulate Team Hitless, I would not be playing this mod right now. I would be trying to do a Deathless run of vanilla. Then you look at the same people and realize they do fist-only runs and punch a boss for 4 hours, dealing 2 damage. Yeah, I don't quite have their level of finesse at this game. I really don't. So it's not that they're not crazy or anything. It takes a lot of dedication to be able to do that. It's just I'm breaking so much with the norm already that I'm not sure how much it's going to be worth following the traditional conventional wisdom of Team Hitless, you know? Even if I am doing only Deathless. Even May the Lord have mercy, for I will have none. I hate this. I was trying to run away from one thing, and I literally got... I literally ran into the arms of a boss. Awesome. Let's put on the flame fort. And I'm lucky that this one is just like a generic magma worm. These usually aren't too hard. You just have to make sure you're not being silly. I'm also... I'll read that after this fight, sorry. Oh, this one doesn't have the same attacks. Nice, nice, nice. Magma worm is dead. Also, you're updating your rot build to be more in line with how you make current builds, and you switch to Dragon Communion Seal and Pest Threads. Shreds large bosses because it hits them multiple times really quickly. It sure does. And in Reforged, it has the added benefit of inflicting Scarlet Rot with each projectile from Pest Threads. So you can stack up a bunch of Scarlet Rot really quickly, and it's a defense shredder. I feel so bad for that dragon I just murdered. Meh. I suppose I should feel bad for this dragon, but I'm not going to. It had the misfortune of bumping into me. Now we go to the Hermit Village, which is over this way, right? Like you can just go, you can walk past. Let's go visit our good friend Alexander, though, and probably also put up our flame fort. What's our negation looking like? 75? This should be good enough.
Oh, mountain of fire! Bake me in your flames!
Okay, Alexander. Oh man. Are you trying to imitate a Goron right now? I think he's enjoying the flame a little too much. Me too. I can tell it's a scream. It's a they're yells of pain, but it's like he knows he's expecting the pain, so it just sounds a little too much like enjoyment. I do agree with you. Oh, I can't get on Torrent and talk to him at the same time. Holy Jiminy Christmas, please get up there. Torrent, I need you to behave with me right now. Oh my god. No. Stop. This death was utterly unnecessary, by the way. Completely unnecessary. I need to make a note about that. If you guys don't know already, I keep a Google document supplied with notes that I take throughout the entire run. I am going to double check behind me and make sure that I'm not, you know, getting attacked by, you know, the guilty before we do this. But if you guys type in exclamation mark deroute into the chat on Twitch or asterisk deroute on YouTube, you'll get a link to the Google document. You should have viewing privileges for it. We're up to... Wow, we're actually up to 11 pages of notes, ladies and gentlemen. And I keep this stocked with all the details that I think are important throughout our run. Let me just type this real quick and I'll get right back to you. I also just realized I should write that thing down about not needing to go to Fort Blythe at all.
Oh, mountain of fire, bake me in your flames.
Sorry about that. I'm sure listening to Alexander go, ugh, bake me in your flames, and so on is very, I'm sure it's very hilarious and or very uncomfortable. All right, so let's try this again, except now I wish I had my healing spell on me. Flame Fort and Fireproof Dried Liver. How is that only... Oh, it's multiplicative. It's multiplicative. Right? Yeah, the damage mitigations in this mod are multiplicative. We'll probably also want our raisins out for this. Let's grab our runes first.
Oh, mountain of fire.
Oh, you're meant to talk to him here. It just occurred to me that I need to put a soundboard in. Hang on. You guys are going to see this live. Let me browse my video productions for this. Because I do play with Audacity from time to time. So I've made a lot of things for the Let's Play over the months. Where is this?
Oh, mountain of fire.
Nope, it's an MP4. That's why I can't find it. Is it Open Gun? It's Open Gun. That's the video I'm thinking of. Where you have a bunch of people acting out the How long have I been working on this challenge in particular? Since patch 11.6. Yeah, at least 11.6, so maybe about 6 months.
Ah, good sir. I hardly think you're here to tell your time I've been taking.
I've been thinking about the details of the run for a little bit longer than that, of course. But
Perhaps an old saying above the loft.
I would say I probably started putting it together in my head maybe about 3 months before that, trying to think about all the different things that Reforged would have me do on top of a normal run. But oh, okay, let me not do this. Torrent, buddy, you need some more raisins. But yeah, not that long. I mean, I'm not new to challenge runs or anything, because again, I have mentioned my Dark Souls 3 whip. No, I've mentioned the dark spells only. Yeah, before that, I played through a hitless whip only challenge, and let me tell you that fighting Dancer with a whip is not fun. But yeah, I'm no stranger to challenge runs, but trying to figure out how exactly it all fits with Reforged is different. I think a well-optimized all bosses run in vanilla is like 9 hours. You're not joking. No, I know that figure is 9 hours. So it's figuring out. That's part of why I'm doing the routing, right? Is figuring out, how fast I need to go. And if you're saying a well-optimized run is like 9 hours, well, we're definitely going to need to do some practice before that. And obviously, I need to suck less. I need to get good. That's just the bottom line. Because we have 220 deaths total right now. We have not fought Loretta, Knight of the Haligtree. We have not fought Commander Nile. We have not even fought blah, 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 blah. We haven't even... No, fought is correct. We haven't even fought Morgott yet. Yeah, so I know I need to go faster, and I think my thought process is it will go faster once once the real routing or the real run starts, because I'm not going to be quite so chatty with people. I'm going to be more focused on executing the run. So it's going to become more like an Oats and Goats style stream, where like instead of reading everyone's sentences, I will probably just reply to them. Instead of explaining how everything works, I probably won't do that. I'll just refer people to the plethora of documents I have available. And once I'm not having to write things down quite so often, it will definitely go faster than that. But also, Elden Ring Reforged is very much not like vanilla, which you already know just from being here, but I have to engage with more stuff. In vanilla, you can go all the way to Kalè, get a very nice weapon, and then the third of the game is a joke. You can't do that here in Reforged. You'll get killed over and over and over again just for a few percentage points. I really was not looking forward to this rune bear. Please tell me I can just skip this. This is where darkness would actually come in handy. Just curious with that question, or did you have advice and or other statements you wanted to give with that? Just curious. The problem with Great Weapon early game in Kalè is that you need a Somber 7 from somewhere. Yep. And upgrading is the only way that you actually improve your weapon. In Reforged, your weapon has the scaling it's gonna have. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. All of your weapon or spell catalysts start at the same spell buff value and have different scaling. So your only way of improving is literally to A, increase your stats, and B, to increase the quality of the weapon you have. And you can still do that the same way in Reforged, but you have to go through a lot more hoops. The bosses are a lot harder. I shouldn't say a lot harder. It's the same boss. But, like, the stats and the way it plays is so different that you cannot just saunter past an Altus and have an easy time at it. The gradient of enemy levels is smoothed out. You're not going to have places in Altus that are a complete joke. You're going to have places in Altus that are easier compared to where you would have started, but you're not going to have you're not going to run into pockets of least resistance. The path of least resistance is to go through the game in a normal progression, starting in Limgrave and either working your way south or north toward Liurnia, and not skipping to go to Altus. Not skipping to go directly to the mountaintop of the fire giants. That's not going to work. Or it's not going to work very well. You can do it, but you'll suffer for it. Now, I do not need Assassin's Approach for this, nor do I need Flame Fort, so we can get rid of those. I'd want a long-ranged option for the ads, and that's probably going to be Flame Fall Upon Them. I probably want Blood Boon. And that ought to be it, if I remember correctly. Also, I just realized I need to change this split. I'm gonna just start editing those wherever I can, so they all take up the same size, the same thing on the split chart. I'll have to figure out how I want to edit all that, and I'll have plenty of time to think about it from Friday until Sunday afternoon. Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to say with everything you mentioned with the great weapon early game in Kalè is you need a Somber 7, and the only way you're getting that is in areas that are locked off to you. So for me to get a Somber 5 or 6, you need to go to Nokron. Or you need to be in the upper part of Ainsel somehow, which you can only get by defeating Radahn. You can only get to here if you defeat Radahn, and you're in no, I don't think you have to be in Ronnie's quest to do that. No. But you do have to at least make it to that point. And Radahn is a pretty hard fight in vanilla, never mind Reforged. And to get a Somber 6 or 7 in here in this mod, you need to make it to the Lake of Rot, or to some portion of the deep root depths that's over here. Although I think I only remember 6 as being over here. Not fun. It's very, I shouldn't say one-dimensional. You can just do these things. I make it sound like you can't do these things, but you can. do these things. It's just very difficult. And in a challenge run, you don't want to be doing that. If the risk far outweighs the reward, you don't do that stuff. Whether hitless, deathless, speed run, bingo, doesn't matter. You want to go through the path of least resistance, and Team Reforged has put the path of least resistance as being follow how Miyazaki would want you to do it, which is to start in Limgrave and literally go where the game is telling you, and you will probably be fine. Once you get to Limgrave, you can kind of start making your own decisions, and by the time you're in Altus, you should sort of see where you're going already. Things like that. Now, as a reminder, for the people in the back, this is not going to be an easy boss. So if you want the disclaimer for this time, you need to type in !BOSS into the chat, or you can do *BOSS into the chat on YouTube. But essentially, on bosses, I'm focused. I'm so focused, I'm going to switch headsets. That's something else too while I'm thinking about it. One thing that will definitely make this run go faster is if I'm not having to do so much overhead. Like, part of it's on me, right? I'm very wordy, long-winded, and I feel like I need to cover my own ass a lot. Because I can't expect people to know any of what I just said 5 seconds ago. There's always going to be someone who just clicked, who just came in, didn't hear a thing you said, and you needed to repeat it all over again. And commands are really not the answer to fixing that, as much as I wish they were. Instead, there have to be pop-up graphics. Because people like videos. People like watching things for information, as opposed to reading things for information. So maybe what I'll do is come up with a list of... Not a list. A list implies reading. I need to make some infographics that show up on a timer every time a certain interval of time passes, like an hour or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But it's boss time. Wish me good luck, although I hope I will not need it. And with that, I will see you on the other side of this boss fight. And this would happen. Of course it would. Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, get out. Out, out, out. Holy hell, I need to treat them seriously. Of course there would be a pre-fight to the real fight. Of course there would be. This couldn't just be simple, could it? You meander into this blood flame if you want to. I don't think that's actually escapable. Really? Oh my god. I have to get this segment right. And I don't think I can just run past. Can I? I guess I'll try it. But I'm afraid I'm just gonna lure stragglers into the fight if I do that. We're gonna be taking a lot of notes today, boys and girls. I think we're gonna be taking a lot of notes. All right, let's try just running through and not wasting time on these little asshats. Oh, and as it turns out, this wasn't even the real boss area. Of course not. That would be too easy. That would be the game giving me a merciful out. Sorry, I don't mean to be so salty. Well, I mean, I do mean to be salty. I don't mean to hurl it in anyone's general direction. But, this is me just not knowing how to handle things properly sometimes. Oh, nice. Oh, the headbutt as an extra insult. Love it. In a gotta have it size. For anyone who's like a fan of, you know, the Stone Cold, not Stone Cold, Cold Stone, Jesus. Cold Stone Creamery. They have the gotta have it size. It's like their biggest size. I've never had their ice cream in that size. I'm typically, you know, in the smallest size bracket. Not that I dislike ice cream or anything, just I like it, but I don't necessarily love it or gotta have it. That's if I'm wanting to eat it over like multiple days or something. I might get a mint ice cream in that size so I can have it later. The die happy size? Yeah, that's another way of putting it. Don't worry. Be happy. Which, you know, if people eat ice cream in that size, no begrudging to you. I know, I have a friend who has ice cream in that size. Okay, I'm waiting for this guy to do the spin to win lunge forward. Just getting to this boss is annoying. It is a demi-human, like, settlement. You know, I can't be too mad that that's happening. But I don't have to like it. You gonna stop running around? Holy mother of God. Oh, and I can't even, like, exclaim in peace yet. There are few things in this world that make me truly upset. But there are many things that can get me there over certain points in time. If it's continued, yeah, no, you die. You die. And you'll like your death. I am a fairly patient man. I can sit with someone for multiple hours on end, especially if they're elderly, and I will listen to them rehash their same story for like the 10th time. I used to sit in a nursing home and do that because my mother's mother, my grandmother, was in a nursing home, and sometimes she would do that. And you do that for them so they can pass on happy that they've passed on their story to some child that may not even remember it, but the important part was the life lessons left behind, not so much the story itself. Sometimes it would be aggravating, but I would get through it. Sometimes my mom's mom would say something the exact same way 8 times just to make sure she heard herself say it, and I do not begrudge her for that. Human memory is a fickle thing, a fickle mistress, and it's really easy to mock people for it. But sometimes, from sitting from the other side of the aisle, not having had those memory issues, why did I just move forward? That I am literally asking to die when I do this. And I should finish this so I can focus on this fight. Every month, once a month, except for June, July, and August. My grandma's at that stage. She was a volunteer firefighter, and her memory is starting to slip. So she'll recall the same handful of stories from her time doing that. And you sit there and let them say it. Because that's kind of how human memory works. And you shouldn't be... I'm not saying you do. I'm not trying to call you out for anything. You've done nothing. I'm simply saying people should not begrudge their relatives or their grandparents for doing that stuff. Because we do it as kids too. We get fixated on something, and we tell that same story. We talked about the anthill we crushed with our fist, and we make noises and go, I punched an anthill. As a parent, I would be absolutely mortified that my child punched an anthill, but you let them talk about it 20 times. Because they're children, and they fixate on that stuff. That's part of their schema. They're learning. And you don't want to damage that too much by interfering with how they form their schema, their idea of the world. Elderly people are reliving that section of their life all over again. This time with their stories already formed, and that tendency to say the same stuff is literally something you find 6 or 8-year-olds doing. I'm not upset about it either. Especially the car crash one where the drunk dude was only mildly upset at losing his front 4 teeth. Oh, I bet that was a story and a half. Maybe if you remember it and feel up to it, I'll have you tell that story sometime. But to sake that back into my saltiness from earlier, I can deal with that with human beings because I'm a patient man, and as far as people are concerned, I have trained myself to be patient with them. With video games, not so much. Not so much. I'm patient and can put up with a lot, but when I've hit my limit, and something in me just switches, and I go from being tolerant to being razor thin and highly intolerant of the most basic things. So I apologize if I get salty in the mic, because it is something that I will often chide myself and my friends for if we're over voice comms. I don't mind if they're salty, but I don't want them to scream into the mic and say slurs, or not that they say slurs, but like cuss words or otherwise morally questionable words into the microphone. That's kind of where I draw my limit. And I'll just leave the voice call if it happens too much. So I totally understand if people tune out because I'm being salty. I get it. Absolutely. Now, I feel that same way about these games where I'm well aware that I have the capability to fight the boss, but I'm failing over stupid mistakes. Yup, I'm right there with you. I feel exactly the same way, and I suffer from performance anxiety. So once I start making mistakes, when I'm on camera, I'm like, oh God, I'm making such stupid errors. In an attempt to compensate for the errors, I either overcorrect into a different mistake, or I become hyper-fixated on one mistake I'm making and forget the 5 others I made in a... Yelling slurs is called using gamer words. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. It's not really slurs, but like my friends will cuss into the mic often. Or you don't mean them, but you've reached your breaking point. Uh-huh. Exactly. And I try to give my friends the benefit of the doubt even after they start doing that, but occasionally I just can't take hearing it anymore, and I leave. I'll cuss on mic, but I've never used a slur. I've never said, barring this case example, I have never said something is retarded. Ever. I've been teased with that my entire life. I'm not suddenly going to start saying it other than to tell people I haven't said it that way before. I'm not going to start using other slurs, but I will get irate and angry, and I might raise my voice. Thankfully, I have the limiter set up, so you should just hear me getting animated, but I shouldn't break the limiter. If I do, please let me know, because I definitely don't want to make your eardrums bleed, or anyone's eardrums bleed for that matter. I've prattled too long. It is time for the boss fight on the 3 health flasks and 6 FP flasks we have. Wish me luck. I don't think I'm gonna need it, but I'm open to being wrong. See you guys on the other side of all this. Did there really have to be these guys? Sure. Are there only 2 of them? No, there are 3 of them. No, do not do this game. I need to literally be... It's fine. We were on limited resources. You can go behind the boss and get that grace so you can sneak up on her. You know what? I totally forgot about that. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was sitting on my soapbox, which is exactly what I should not have been doing prior to that fight. Thank you for the reminder, Chicken Warrior, and thank you for sticking with me the whole way. I greatly appreciate it. Along with anyone else who's been lurking in the background, I hope my angry trading and, you know, prattling on tangents hasn't driven people away yet, but I'm open to being told otherwise. If I'm ever doing something that you're not a fan of, let me know. I take those critiques to heart. It would be well past here, right? That's... Nope, that is incorrect. Let's make ourselves... I cannot make myself invisible. I'm flirting. I hope you're not, Aniv. I don't like you, I don't like you like that, Aniv. Neither do I. If Aniv says something like that again, I am going to purge them. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think it's been moved. Let's see. We have the one at the Hermit Village. We have the one at the Craftsman Shack. I think Kirnifr might have moved that one. Well, what I am going to do is craft this aromatic so that we can maybe try to find it. If not, then, you know, not a big deal. We'll do things the way that they're intended to be done. Yeah, there's a grace site right here, isn't there? Right right after you like see, is this Azure? I think this is the Master Azure. Yeah. Yep, I remember now. Because I've done this quest line 2 other times. There's a rest site, like, right here. And that's been moved. Oh, well. I guess we just have to do it legitimately, huh? Not much else I could say about that. I do believe... Nope. We were able to preserve our summon. Good. Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, right. We went all the way back here. And then, you know, reset the boss. We were able to do a reset, but we weren't getting a grace site for it. That's fine. I can work with this game. I can get with what you're putting down. And where's the soft cotton? Right here. I'm willing to bet that if there are any quests that have to be done, they probably need to be done in the fewest steps possible. Right now I'm doing each step, but I think there are lots of basic steps at the starts of these quests that you can probably skip. I think you can just meet Blythe once and then meet him at the at Radon's festival as like an example, or right in the Siofra Riverwell area. That might be the next time you would have to meet him. I'm not 100% sure, but I know there are lots of things you can do to skip those quests, or skip a chunk of them. Yeah, I see you over there. And drink. Yeah, I know. You guys are so bossy. This boss is pure pain. Pure pain incarnate. Oh, I have a soundboard prepared just for you, Miss Thing. Just for you. And I think chat's gonna agree with me on it. Alright. We've cleared out the gallery. Kristoff is unfuried. Let's fix that. And now let's fire the flame fall upon them. Die. Justice. And our reward is a memory stone, which is worth less than you think at this juncture. Because we already have the spells we're gonna cast. Oh, did it just straight up get deleted? I think it straight up got deleted. Not even just moved, just deleted. Gone. Goodbye. But, do I dare do this as the sound redemption? You know what? We're doing this as the soundboard redemption. Where is this? Nope. You did it. I guess this is what I have to say to you, Miss Demi-Human Queen Maggie.
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
Also, I just realized I didn't put on the correct headset. But I have a different soundboard item I do not generally give to the public because I don't want it spammed, and it's this one.
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
One of my favorites. For those who don't know, that's Ivy Valentine from Soul Calibur 4. Well, the Soul Calibur series in general, but that one, that quote specifically is from 4. And, I don't think I needn't explain on why maybe I wouldn't want that spammed. Now we actually get to go to, we get to go to the Volcano Manor. And that would be, what, over here? Well, actually, we can kind of already go there in the first place. Ah. Oh, it's nice to be back here. Speaking of, Rykard would be like the next set of binding runes that we get from this.
The letter describes there will be
I was wanting to talk to your Crucible Knight guy. He must be the local bouncer, now that I'm thinking on it. I see you. I know you're here. So now we actually get to go through, please tell me I'm headed the right path. Rykard is just free runes in my eyes. Yeah, that's kind of how I see him. Now, thankfully, on Team Hitless's site, I am allowed the use of the serpent hunting, or like the god serpent spear, god hunting spear, something like that. Specifically for that boss, but it has to be unupgraded. Now, is this a Deathless run? Sure, but I'm still using this site as the baseline, so I'm pretty happy to be able to use it. Same thing with, shouldn't be weak to wind if he didn't want to die so easily. Same. Yeah, just literally eat the spear. Hide it, put it in a better location, do something else. I feel the same way about the sword, the two-handed sword in Dark Souls 3 against Yorm, the giant. I use that. Although, you know what? I wonder. I'm curious. I wonder, given how leveled I am, like just how is it over leveled? Yeah, this is level 88. I wonder if I can actually do this fight, that fight, without the spear. I'm curious. I'm obviously not going to mess around too much, and we probably aren't getting there tonight, but... Oh, nice. Oh, this is bad. I am definitely dead on the next hit. Next 2 hits. I also didn't readjust my spells, so I only have myself to blame. Should make a note about that, because Maggie left me very flustered. There. I've put that note so it won't happen again. The key to success in life is writing and... Well, if I wanted to be even more serious, I would actually be handwriting all this stuff. Did you know that you were only 15%... You basically have the same odds of remembering what you type as you do of what you hear, which is like 15% or so. It may even be slightly less than what you hear. So typing is one of the worst ways to try to remember something. You literally have double the efficacy by writing it out by hand, because you're more likely to remember you wrote something, and you're more likely to remember the pattern in which your hand wrote something. So you'll remember the thing by virtue of writing about it. One of the things they teach you in academic inquiry / critical thinking or communications is that typing is very bad for human memory. That said, the thing with typing this stuff out, at least for me, is that it gives me a chronicle to show you guys later. That, you know, I'm not just writing this stuff down and you're never gonna see it. Or you only have my words to go on for my own rationale. By turning it into a Google document, I can share that rationale with everybody that sees it. You know exactly the way I think on things. I never cast the spell. I should just stop preparing it. Yeah, we're gonna not prepare it. Sometimes I'll start typing a message, your brain will forget the phrase I opened the comment with, and then end the same comment with the same phrase. I've done that like twice. And typically I was composing that message at night while I was asleep or half asleep. So I try not to type messages at 2 in the morning or something. When I know I'm half asleep, if I can remember.
Please kill him. That horrendous serpent. Praetor Rykard.
I'm sorry. What was that haunting voice?
You're here to put the demigod. Then please, the one that devoured. I left the serpent slaying spear in the lord-worthy tarnished, the great serpent. Praetor Rykard's but they were reduced to gluttonous depravity. Once whatever had that thing, someone to spare him. Worthy to it is run.
Okay. Oh. You know, I actually never saw that. Even when I was doing the on-stream playthrough of this mod, I never saw him. And if I did, I don't remember. Okay, we're gonna kill you. He's one of the dudes who died trying to kill Rykard. Think of him being one of the charred corpses in his boss arena. Ah, that makes sense. So he's the spirit of a man who passed. That makes a lot of sense. Well, don't worry, my fine spiritual friend. I will avenge you. Because I do intend to put all the bosses to the sword. Absolutely all of them. Including Rykard. Now, did we go... We went down here, didn't we? No, I took a left-hand turn. Ah! Volcano Manor is confusing. I've only been in here one time. And that was the on-stream playthrough. Yeah, here we are. Alright. Eat this, you vile fiend. Oh, that has some pretty significant reach. Okay. You know, he was guarding a fireproof dried liver. I'll take it. Let's keep things moving. Now, if this is the way I'm supposed to go, I probably want to go back and make sure I'm not missing anything. Like, anything actually important. I don't think I am. And there's the open. I think I could talk to Riot this stage. Like, I can go back, go up, rest, and she'll be there. Because I want to say the Volcano Manor stuff advances independently of Raya's questline. I could be incorrect on that. I'll have plenty of time to look into it this weekend. I just went the wrong way. And I don't recall... Here's the funny thing about Volcano Manor. So... You know how I said this is a fire spells only run, right? Volcanic Storm is a fire spell. I could technically respec if I wanted to and use this spell. Why would I? Only hell or heaven knows. Because magma sorceries are generally unwieldy things for challenge runs. Like, they're slow. The idea is that they're slow, powerful spells that you can channel for great effect. Like, that's their gimmick in Reforged. Or they have a charging sub-theme, just like all the main Fire Monk spells also have a charging sub-theme. So they're not different from each other in that respect. But that would mean leveling a staff just for this run, and that is not worth the materials whatsoever. I think I've had one person whisper me in like the past 8 days, and I typed a response about that. Like, yeah, you know, as nice as it would be to use the magma sorceries, there are some pretty nice ones. The fact of the matter is, for me to use magma sorceries would be a pretty significant stat dip if I wanted to use that and use other spells. Or, you know, I would completely be losing the other build for the sake of them. The upside to them is they're one of the few spell groups whose staff you can get 2 of in a single new game, outpacing all other staves if you use them. Yup, in vanilla, that's exactly how it works. In Reforged, 2 staves that boost the same school don't stack. So the idea is that you would still, you would come here and get the staff as early as possible, but you can still upgrade a normal staff to use an addition the entire time. It's meant to free you from this cheesy little interaction. All right, this is the wall that got fixed. I don't think I could break that open if I wanted to. I remember this being something that was a talk of the town in like ERR patch 7, or like people would often comment on stacking 2 staves, and Kirnifr would have to issue the constant correction of, no, you can't do that, and if you can, it will certainly be patched out. This was like before Avidian signed on, when it was just Kirnifr managing the mod by themselves. Trying to think if I don't want to misquote or anything. Yeah, I definitely remember. That seems like a thing where you should patch out offhand, like patch out the offhand buffing altogether. Yeah, it's one of the jankier things, I have to say. So there's a reason. Like if I were extra serious about this run, let me find a specific incantation here. So if I wanted to, and if I were dead serious, I would be holding one of these unwieldy things in my offhand while I used my catalyst. It looks extra silly, but I could do it if I wanted to min-max. I definitely I agree with you here. I would patch that out altogether, but it's an intended vanilla behavior. You were intended to be able to stack these, so this is like, I don't want to get into Kirnifr's headspace too much, but if I were thinking, oh, I want this to read like something Miyazaki would probably fix, this is probably the way Kirnifr went about fixing it, is by just making two similar buffs not stack from the exact same weapon. I agree, it's very jank. But since it's jank that works in this mod, and it is jank, I will respect it and abide by it. So I guess I can turn that statement into an engagement question. What has been the cheesiest that you like your vanilla stacking staves? Valid. Completely valid, and I actually do too. It's one of the things I miss about... one of the few things I miss about vanilla. Because if you go through the work of upgrading the 2 staves, right? Or I think you should be allowed that if you go through the extra step of upgrading both staves. That's just kind of a hot take from me. I just blanked on what I was gonna say. Hello, Raya. Oh, I think I have to do the first quest to get to talk to Raya in the way I was thinking of. I guess we're gonna go to the prison town church then. I like the stacking behavior on staves, and I was definitely sad to see it go when it got patched out and or changed, because I know I was there when it happened. She's got that gamer posture. She does. She does, and she's cute when she does that, when she stands like that. We love Ryazora. Ryazora, that's not right. Is it Zoraya? Is that her name? Oh God, I forget. I can go north. Oh, right. I can't. Her spine is like a rainbow at that level of curve. She should sit down and not stand so much. It's not good for a serpent woman of her caliber. Welcome to Volcano Manor, ladies and gentlemen. We have Gelmir man serpents, something that we very much have to identify and put in the codex. Everything is highly resistant to fire. Yes, it is. And it's extremely well, not extremely, but thankfully nothing here is over half resistant to fire. That includes the normal trash. So my spells still have some punch to them, but it is going to be slow going through here. Oh no, get out of the poison. Get out of the poison. I forgot that these guys toss poison jars. Too late to go back. Only the rich would think that living in a volcano is a good idea. I mean, one turn. Nev, where is this coming from? This has got to be like someone's emote or something. Is it like slang for wrong turn? It might be slang for wrong turn. I don't know. You know, I actually don't think it's so bad of an idea. Living like this, yes. I don't know what it means, but I agree. Completely valid. Completely valid. Living with just the brick buildings? Yeah, absolutely god-awful idea. Curse Praetor Rykard for making and establishing this as his abode so that he can conduct weird, strange experiments in peace. But volcanoes have like a massive... that's a lot of geothermal energy. What resource would you lack living in a volcano where you would die in 3 days from? Water. Yes, I agree with you on its face without thinking about anything else. Why live here? No water. However, if you came in with a limited quantity of water to start with, and you came in with materials which, when hydrothermically processed, give you water, you could make water in a place like this. You would probably also come in with half a dozen other things, but I could see it. Being able to harness the geothermal energy from a volcano, and being able to use that to either generate... The humidity must be a nightmare. Yeah, agreed. People would probably be wearing like EV suits to live here, or else be acclimated to it. When I was streaming Variety on YouTube every Friday, I would play through a game called Elix 1, made by Piranha Bytes, made by Piranha Bytes Studio. The same guys who made Risen and the Gothic series. And there's a group of people called the Clerics. They're a technophile faction, and they live in a volcano. They live near one, and that they basically use robots and stuff, and have fabricators, and work with machines and mechs and stuff. Yeah, you thought you were gonna get me, weren't you? I don't think so. You have me trapped. I just oh, thank you. I was really scared that I was gonna die right there, that it would just spam its grab move over and over again. That would have been a terrible way to go. Excuse me, pardon me, just trying to squeeze by you here. Oh, these things in tight quarters do actually give me the creeps. No, why am I rolling into it? Stop that. And first, no joke, first time fighting these things, off camera, I think I legitimately screamed when I got grabbed, because I just was not expecting it. Or I exclaimed some expletives. It's one of those two things happened. Honestly, I partially dissociated from getting grabbed by these things, to protect my fragile mind, from reliving nightmares, but the Giza's war machines grabbing me is legitimate nightmare fuel. And I can't imagine it not being nightmare fuel from other people. Okay, who is throwing that? Ah! So it's you throwing that. Oh, baby, a triple. Ah. Free aim for the win. Free aim for the win. Tossing random nonsense at me. I'm proud of that one. My free aiming skills are mediocre at best, so it's nice to get those guys up there. Shriveled naked dudes on a roof tossing poison is what living in a volcano does to a man. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely correct. You know, being driven to madness from heat exhaustion, absolutely understandable. We'll go on. We'll liberate them from their master. If only liberating them from their pathetic excuse for a demigod actually made them leave, but alas, that's not how the shattering works, as you and I are all too familiar with. The shattering already does strange things to a man. I cannot imagine what heat exhaustion and shattering does to what is essentially the undead. Like, Miyazaki found a way to rehash the whole fully undead equals insanity trope. Kinda still don't have that whole death thing, mindless zombie and all that. What the hell? You just gonna let me walk past? Alright, if you're gonna let me walk past, fine by me. Never mind. As soon as I went up here, nah, all pretenses... Whoa. All pretenses of being nice went out the window. I was legit confused why it was doing that. Can I not have people chucking literal trash at me for 5 seconds? Holy Lord, what is this room? What was this Rykard's slave shop? Like sweatshop? Although I think there's a bit of lore correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say there's a bit of lore that explains that the Volcano Manor was, and some of the buildings here, were literally made to house some of Praetor Rykard's slaves and experiments. I know he kept Albinaurix in the basement, but I want to say the imprisoned commoners were an article of literally making a place inhospitable. Maybe that's what the whole inhospitable thing's in reference to. Excuse me, pardon me, just gonna run around up top. Because I think it might have been either during Raya's quest or like during Tanith's resolution of Raya's quest, where I found like the amniotic egg sac. Spoilers, I know. That kind of explains. There's an entire torture dungeon here and piles of dead bodies. I'm pretty sure this place was for the whole experimentation thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'll have fun just dissecting that in the LP when we get to it. I'm still on episode 5, and this is probably going to shape up to be... Reforged is probably going to turn this into like a 200 episode excursion, if not 300 episodes. Because I have all the modes I've got to cover and everything. And I still got to figure out how to finish editing episode 6 out for that. Because I do a Let's Play of this game on the side. I should say did, except I'm still trying to fight my tennis elbow about it. Yeah, for whatever reason, when I get to editing videos, if it's not something short, like my right arm flares up after like an hour, and I have to take a few hours rest. And when you're trying to make info cards that show like some stats of the game or do deep dives, and you've got to edit in memes on top of it, it does make the process of video editing fairly exhausting. I know. First world problems, right? There are people that work real jobs that are exhausted from just handling that, and I'm complaining about tennis elbow for video editing. And what I effectively do is house sit for people on like a semi-frequent basis. Did you have either the wheel or the pitchfork that you get from the double iron virgins? The description literally says they're for torture. I did get the Giza's wheel during the on-screen stream of the game. Yeah. I just didn't remember exactly what the description said. Good to know. Definitely good to know. Yeah, I can see you over there. Oh wait, that is a broken Giza machine. That's fine, I guess. I love Bloodboon. Best fire spell I could ever ask for. Also, you know what I just realized? It just came to my attention that I have not run an ad past the first hour because I've either been too flustered or I've been too engrossed in what I'm doing. I used the saw your entire first playthrough so you would know it in its description well. You know, people there's a similar weapon in Bloodborne, isn't there? It's some sort of like rotary saw, if I remember correctly. And I think I remember people in Reforged memeing about the Giza wheel, how it's literally the spiritual successor to that weapon. Can't open from this side, of course. Why not? I can bet Giza's wheel's a pretty fun weapon. Just sit there and watch things bleed. I think I watched, there was someone who had a clip up. Yeah, it's the saw. Just you can't break it off and turn it into the mace. Yeah. I think I saw a meme clip of someone consistently posture breaking Melania, Blade of Mikola, with the Giza wheel. And that's all they would do, is they would just spam the wheel, and she would just sit there and take the damn thing. It was amusing. The only time they would break form for using Giza's wheel is when she was doing the waterfowl dance. They had a frost pot for that ready. Broke her out of it. Just like that. I've never fought Melania, but I have a pretty good idea of what I would do thanks to those clips. Okay, you're getting a mark. Wow, get vaporized. Also, it's got an overhead moveset where in Bloodborne you swing it side to side to saw things. I'm guessing the weapon art is like spinning polearm or something, like the one that you see. Revenger, Edgar the Revenger. That's it. After dealing with Arena's questline, he has a spinning overhead move. Is it like that one? And I remember my first time coming through here that this section freaked me out because of the Albinorics that were kept in here. Not the bound ones. Those were kind of more like ghastly to look at. But there's like some poison ones down here. Or no. It's the black pudding ones. That's right. There's literally an Albinoric called the blood or the pudding Albinoric. And it just charges at you, and if it gets you, you're nearly dead. It's got the heavy moveset here in Elden Ring. You swing it from side to side in Bloodborne. Okay, so you're just describing the overall moveset in Elden Ring. That makes sense. I haven't used the Giza wheel. I've only obtained it, tried it. Okay, I've used it once for demonstration purposes on camera, and that was about it. Why did I say pudding? Black dumpling. What can I say? The blotch on its head looks like pudding. You could like flop it on a plate, and it's got some non-Newtonian physics to it. It'll just rise up against gravity. That's what a non-Newtonian liquid is, by the way. It doesn't exhibit traditional behaviors of liquids in a physical environment. That's all that fancy designation means. You can hold the button to saw the same way you can in Bloodborne, but at Bloodborne it only uses... In Bloodborne it only uses stamina, but here it uses endurance and FP. Yeah. Kirnifr. Now that one is an Oats and Goats special. I recognize what Aniv said from anywhere, because it's literally the thing the streamer like repeats back. Not a word, but good try, Aniv. Yeah, there's that particular one came from... It's not Harvest. I think it's literally a Super Metroid hack called Kirnifr, where the boss and like some of the bosses have been replaced with like corn, and it says Kirnifr. It's like a very bad pixelation of Super Metroid. No, get off me! Ugh, this thing freaks me out. That sounds terrifying. I think the whole thing is on YouTube too. Yes, and Kirnifr is like the extension of another more lewd word that I shall not repeat. I shall not be repeating here for everyone's sanity. But Kirnifr is like the meme. It is terrifying to watch. It's got the same vibe to it as the The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask hack called Pumpkin Tower, as in Pumkin tower, and it's based on this meme of "I'm very hungry," and it kind of serves as like a spoof hack in a competition where it's got scathing critiques on lots of different things in the Zelda modding community. There's some stuff that's just very hot. It came out of the, it was a result of a hacking competition that took place last year. If people couldn't tell by now, I like mods. Hi, I like modifying my base game experience. And ROM mods / ROM hacks are an extension of that. So I'm in touch with a lot of I'm at least partially in touch with a lot of modding communities, such as Paper Mario, Ocarina of Time / Majora's Mask, Super Metroid, Skyrim, Fallout, that kind of thing. I love modding stuff. It's one of the things that my sibling and I share in common. Although my sibling can at least like play some things vanilla, whereas I've modded things for so long that I kind of consider it my shtick around here on Twitch or on YouTube. Most, if not all, my series, all of my content series that I've done have been modded because I generally play games that people have played before, such as Elden Ring or Fallout or, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, that type of thing. So how do I break myself out from the mold? I mod it. Now, I don't engage in something that requires like a homebrew channel. I don't mod hardware. I stick to software. But I definitely dip into the gray when it comes to modding stuff for games, and I kind of think it's one of my core characteristics, at least on Twitch and YouTube. In my personal life, I guess I've played just as many vanilla things as I have mods. After all, I got a homebrew Wii. Nice. There's some great stuff on Wii. I want to say there's some... Yeah, if you want to like mod Ocarina of Time on Wii, you need like a virtual console homebrewer. And some patch. There's some extra patching and extra steps you have to do. So I generally think it's... Well, is this store going to be outside or inside? Outside, but not where I thought it was. Hi, yes, I see you there. I knew you would come here. Why did I drink that just now? Homebrew, hang on one second. I've died to this exact mob before. Use a different spell coin. Is one of the best menu themes ever made. Now, I have not fiddled with homebrewing on a Wii. I am familiar with it, but I've never actually done it. Mainly because I'm afraid of voiding warranty on a console and all that. But, you know, that type of thing wouldn't really stop me either. After all, I'm not a Japanese citizen. I don't deal with the archaic laws that the Japanese do. Speaking of which, if anyone doesn't know, or doesn't keep up with like modding or laws that pertain to video games in general, in 2022, a law in Japan got passed through the Japanese Senate, like the senatorial body. And it basically reads, if you mod a console or you mod software, you pay a 7 million yen fine, and you suffer 5 years of jail time. It's considered a felony to do that stuff in Japan. I have a whole soapbox about it. I am going to refrain from that soapbox this time, because I could spend a literal hour on it, but it sucks. It really sucks. To put this into perspective, because I know 7 million yen sounds like an impossibly large amount, in US dollars, that's like 45,803 US dollars, and a similar amount of jail time for us. Their country is plagued by the same issues as ours. It's run by old people and companies. Japanese game companies are cutthroat. They are merciless. If people think ours are bad, at least they have the veneer of pretending to give a crap. In Japan, oh no, the company bottom line is like super important over there. I'm not a Japanese person, so I'll refrain from commenting too much, but to hear it from someone who did come from Japan, you better be married to your job over in Japan. If you work for a game company, you'd better be willing to grind for no extra reward, and you better really enjoy what you do to put up with that, or you should leave Japan. That is basically how they put it to me when we were talking privately in Discord one time. That came up, and I mentioned how things with US game companies are here, and they were like, well, I guess that's kind of lucky. Over here they're brutal. And maybe not so, they're like okay. There are some Japanese game companies that are good, don't get me wrong, and I don't want to engage in slander. I would say FromSoft and Nintendo is actually one of the better companies as far as treating their employees is concerned. They do treat them with a great deal of respect, and the Nintendo CEOs and multiple lead developers took pay cuts. Like that's all on record. You could go find it everywhere. They did do that. So I do give them some respect. But when it comes to pushing deadlines, or, trying to pursue a profit margin, they're vicious in that. As a matter of fact, for those who don't know, and this is kind of the last factoid I'll leave on for the night, I think we've made decent progress. For learning how to route things, that is. Every age is tainted by the greed of men. Unbreakable patches, the Ringed City DLC. The one time where I will probably agree with Patches and not immediately rip his bald head off his body. I do not like Patches. Not even a little. He unfortunately rings true. So people are probably familiar with The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. People are probably familiar, and if you're not, I recommend Googling it. It's kind of a cult classic game at this point. There's a sequel to that game, like a spiritual successor. It's called The Majora's Mask. And it had a gold N64 cartridge and everything. And on the N64, it used an expansion pack in order to play it properly. I know, because I remember having to rent an expansion pack when I was a young kid. And I ended up misplacing that expansion pack. My mom was very upset. I was like, I want to say I was 10 at the time. I was young and stupid, didn't think much of things. Majora's Mask had only 1 year of allowed development time. Execs basically said, you have a year to get it done, so please do. So if you notice in Majora's Mask, they use a lot of the same models but the models actually have names. So, for example, in Ocarina of Time, there's a lady in Kakariko Village called the Kuko Lady. That's her literal name in file. What's her job? Breed birds. And she has a brother named Grog. You don't even know that name in Ocarina of Time at all. In Majora's Mask, that same lady is given the name of Anju. And she has a lover named Kafei. Kafei. Kafei is a new model, but Anju still uses the Kuko Lady sprite. But Kuko Lady in the adult form of the, or not the adult form, in the adult part of the game, let me make sure I say it right. Because the Kuko Lady has two models, one for when you meet her as a child, you get a glass bottle from her, and one for when you're an adult. And her dress is generally nicer to look at. And she's managed to breed like an itch allergen-free Kuko. Kuko? I think it's Kuko. Now that I'm thinking on it. It's one of the things I never really got clarification on. I hope I didn't just out myself, but I probably did. Da-da-da. The more you know. Anyway, long story short, Majora's Mask, great game. Improved in a lot of ways compared to Ocarina of Time. But a lot of it, you can tell that they had a year to do it, so all of the models from the previous game got reworked and reused somehow. Japanese game companies, am I right? Nice to their workers, brutal on deadlines. It's the best way I know to describe it. It's 4 hours and 7 minutes. It's time to wrap up for the night. As a reminder, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I will be over at a client's house. He doesn't know the name of the fictional chicken. Burn him at the stake. Thanks for playing along, Chicken Warrior. Greatly appreciate it. Right. For those of you on YouTube, you can go ahead and hop off here. Later, take care of yourself. Right. Finishing a reminder. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'll be at a client's house tomorrow evening. In lieu of that, you'll be getting a YouTube video detailing the installation process for ERR. I will make sure that gets done. That will be your content for Friday. I recommend checking out the YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. youtube.com/swirlingvortex09. You can also click the link tree and you'll be taken right there. There's also a YouTube panel on Twitch if you're on YouTube. Hi YouTube, you're already here. Congratulations. You've already done everything I've just said by being there. Anyway, I do content. I do make long-form video content, and I also make some shorts occasionally for YouTube. I recommend checking that out if you need your content fix, and I'm not streaming that day. Shameless plug. Am I right? Anyway, yeah, thank you guys so much on YouTube for stopping by. Greatly appreciate it. Have a good rest of your evening, and I will see you on Monday. Yeah, take care of yourselves and goodbye. Now, for those of you on Twitch, I do have some shout-outs in order, and I need to get on editing that video and having it up by tomorrow. So, I will not be doing a raid tonight. Let's take a look. Okay. If you guys like Elden Ring, Aria Lily, yo, how's it going? Hey there, Area Lily 55. welcome to the stream. Good to see you. You're literally coming in on the bum end of it. We are wrapping up for tonight, and we'll be back on Monday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. How are you doing? While you're answering that, if you so choose, I'm going to recommend 2 streamers to you guys. This one's just Posey. He's gone through a few different names. He is playing Dark Souls 3. He's doing some hitless testing for the randomizer. Brutal. Sounds fun. The other one I'm going to recommend to you is a man by the name of JDT Kalè. They are playing Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. It's kind of in a similar vein to a Soulsborne, but meant purely for single player, and the game will reflect that. That'll be my 2 shoutouts for this evening. Hopefully you're doing well. Aria Lily 55, wasn't it? Yes, Aria Lily 55. Stretching, taking up the space of my end of stream announcements is not a good look. I'll be back on Monday at a normal time. If you hadn't done so already, please consider following or subscribing either on YouTube or on Twitch. Those are good ways to support the channel for free. They also make sure that you don't miss the content. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you don't miss them. Additionally, if you do follow or subscribe, please also consider joining the Discord. Let me do a command for that now. Aniv, nice try, Aniv, but I've already beaten you to it. On the Discord, I have a content resources page, and at the bottom is the Google Calendar. If you want to keep up with the content, I update this pretty religiously. It's a Google Calendar invite. Just click on it and you'll automatically get the calendar notifications. You may or may not need to sync it with the rest of your Google Calendar and stuff. And additionally, you can also sync this to your Samsung calendar app. You may have to like periodically refresh it, but the stream calendar is the best way to stay up to date with what I'm doing, because I will change it I will change it to go along with my circumstances at the time. For the most part, I'm not perfect, but I do my best, and it is the place to see the schedule. That will cover like the announcements. Thank you guys so much for stopping by and hanging out with me. I really greatly appreciate it. I will be back Monday. I think I've said this the 4th time, but I really want to make sure I've hammered that home. I will not be streaming tomorrow. Please read the Twitter if you need another place where I've said that. Take care of yourselves out there. Stay safe. World's not a safe place right now. So make sure you look both ways before crossing the street and all that fun stuff. You're welcome here anytime. And with that, goodbye.